o'clock by my clock, so I will open our meeting and thank everyone for attending. Just to remind and advise that we are, the audio and the video is being live streamed to the community via the City of Hobart's YouTube channel, and so for the purposes of the recording, just keep in mind the direction of your voice to your microphone, but also I will announce you before you speak so the community knows who to keep an eye on. And also if you could please keep your mobile devices off or on silent. So I note all elected members are here except for Alderman Zuko at this stage. I'm not sure whether we've had any apologies. No, we'll wait and see. Could be just running late. So there's been no leave of absences. I would like to start by acknowledgement to country and just recognise that we are meeting tonight on the land, the traditional lands of the Muwanina people, who were the traditional owners of the area on which Hobart Nipaluna is built. I want to acknowledge that the Muwanina unfortunately did not survive the process of colonisation. However, a contemporary Tasmanian Aboriginal community, the Palawa people of Tasmania, are the ongoing custodians of Lutruwita and acknowledge their elders past and present. Thanks, Alderman Zuko. Alderman Zuko has arrived. So next item is confirmation of minutes. So the minutes of our meeting from the 28th of August.
So moved for those minutes to be accepted, Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 3 is transfer of agenda items. Are there any items that anyone would like to be transferred?
Yes, please. Can I please ask for motion number 9 from the closed to be brought to the open, please?
So that's a motion to transfer. I'd need a seconder for that. Seconded by Alderman Barakis. Now, that matter was put into closed on the advice of the staff, the qualified staff, so I will just see if there's any advice that elected members might want to be aware of before they vote on the transfer of that item.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll defer to our Manager of Governance and Legal for that advice.
Thank you. Yes, I did provide some advice on that it touched on multiple matters under the meeting procedure regulations as to why the motion should be enclosed. Assuming it stays enclosed, I'm prepared to have a discussion with elected members as to why that advice was given ahead of any debate. In terms of the motion before us now around moving it from closed to open, I would just simply remind members of their obligations under section 338A of the Local Government Act around disclosure of matters in closed council. So there's a degree of difficulty there with debating a motion that is proposed for closed to bring to open without actually discussing it, if you will.
Okay, further discussion?
Lord Mayor, I haven't heard anything that the advice has just been given that actually clearly points to the reasons why the matter was moved into closed at all whatsoever, ever. To my point of view, if we're going to be given advice in respect of a matter why it's enclosed, then we should be given the complete detail. I haven't got no detail at all. So either we move into closed now to get that detail, or you know, we're provided the detail now, because I've got no detail.
Lord Mayor, I move that we put the motion.
Okay, so that's procedural motion.
Gag in debate.
So as a procedural motion, that takes precedence, so I will put that the motion from Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Barakis, be put now. All those in favour say aye.
Oh, sorry, Lord Mayor, don't we have to put the procedural motion before we put the motion?
Right.
No, I'll just put the motion, sorry. I'm going to put the motion that the
transfer, putting the motion for the transfer. Just put the motion.
Okay, so I'm putting the motion that's up with us on the floor right now is the motion from Councillor Elliott, second by Alderman Barakis, and we're putting it now. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour?
Aye, so I've got Zuko.
Open.
So, can we get clarity? There's just elected members confused as to what we're voting on. So can we just
Okay,
have
so
the
the
vote recall?
procedural motion is that we move item 9 from the closed into the open. And so we've now had the motion from Alderman Harvey that rather than debating whether we should or shouldn't debate items 9 in the open, we just put the motion based on the advice we have. Okay, so that is the procedural motion in front of us. So I'm going to put the...
So just to clarify, so we're just actually voting on putting the motion that was put by Councillor Elliott to move item number 9 from closed into open. That's what we're voting on right now.
Yes, so we're voting on Councillor Elliott's motion. Unless you want me to put that we vote on the procedural motion first and then...
So there's two components here, Lord Mayor. I take Councillor Harvey's point around the issues with the debate and why he simply wants to put the motion to be put. I think that is probably the preferred way forward because then...
So sorry, I can't hear you because Alderman Zuko is rustling his papers. I'm sorry about that.
It's nice and clear for everyone.
Councillor Lohberger, that I think the cleanest way forward would be to simply put the motion, whether it be transferred from closed to open, and then subject to that debate, we then move forward. It is quite problematic wanting to have a debate around the merits or otherwise of agenda item 9 that is enclosed without actually being able to discuss it because of the operation of section 338.
Okay, we've also, Councillor Elliott, your motion, it says it's related to item 9, but I think it's actually...
Yeah, the sequence is around the wrong way in the on the hub list. But yeah, we all know which motion we're talking about. It's a personal attack one on me.
So, is everyone clear that we are voting on Councillor Elliott's motion to move item 9 into the open, and we need to be, item 8 into the open, and we need to be conscious of the advice we have been given by our officers about the issues around moving that item into open, and so that's just something to be aware of. Councillor Dutta.
Lord Mayor, I am slightly confused in the sense that, I haven't had the reason as to why, as Alderman Zuko pointed out, I want to be convinced within myself that the reasons given are confidential and it won't be appropriate to have it in the open. And that reason hasn't been given to me, so I will vote for it to be brought in the open.
Okay.
The reason is not convincing for me. Let me put it that way.
Have you read the closed meeting agenda?
Yes, I have read the closed meeting, and I'm not convinced with that interpretation.
Look, all due respects to Councillor Dutta,
Point of order.
we've got a procedural motion. Unfortunately, look, with all due respects, we've got a procedural motion.
Thanks.
That's what we've got to do.
All right, thank you, Alderman Zuko. So the procedural motion is whether to move item 9 into the open. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
And say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour?
I have Zuko.
We normally call out.
Sorry, yes, sorry, against Bloomfield, Lohberger, Bloomfield, Harvey and Burnett and Reynolds.
You. All right, so that will go into item, I don't know where that goes for our agenda, presumably in In item 8, probably.
Lord Mayor, if I may ask for the matter to be transferred to the first item on the agenda. The reasons why: I have to attend a very important community event this evening that I have to chair, so I have to leave at 7 o'clock. If that could be the first item on the agenda on the open, I'd like to move that, if I may, please.
I'd need a seconder for that.
No, I'm not going to second it, no.
Councillor Elliott. Sorry, Alderman, Councillor
Well,
Harvey.
there's a lot of really important matters on the agenda tonight, and I don't want the agenda tonight to have one item that becomes the focus of tonight's agenda. So I don't want to have this at the start. I'd rather have this at the end, so we can actually get through all the important matters of council business.
I move the motion be put, please.
I need a seconder for that procedural motion. Councillor Alderman Barakis. All those in favour of putting the
Item at the start.
Alderman Zuko's motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Zuko, because... still going, sorry, if you just bear with me while I'm catching up. Was there any others in favour? Over here, Kelly, yes.
No, nice big hands for.
And against? Okay.
Okay, so that motion is lost. Yes. Sorry, we just need to. I just need to acknowledge that Mr. Young is new and welcome to the role.
Thank you for putting me through my paces.
There's a few little tweaks in terms of how we do things compared to potentially other councils that Mr. Young's worked for, in terms of the calling out of names and the result of the vote. But we'll get it sorted, I'm sure. Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would move the item in question be moved to item 29 on the open agenda.
Okay, seconder for that. What was that?
I think it usually happens anyway, doesn't it?
Okay, it's fine. Second by Councillor Elliott. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
Oh.
Was that a no or not?
No.
Okay, all those in favour say aye. Show of hands.
Councillor, so I... is your hand up, Councillor Zuko? No. So, Bakaris. Thank you. Elliott, yes. Salt. Yep. Yep.
Is your hand up, Councillor Dutta? No.
No.
Harvey, Burnett and the Lord Mayor.
And against? Okay, so that item has been carried, and so that's where that matter will now be placed. Okay, so we've done transfer agenda items, communications from the chair, there are none from me. Notification of council workshops. The council workshops, there's been 2 since our last meeting, so that was on Monday the 4th of September. It included training on inclusion and gender diversity and workshop on capital works program. And then Monday the 18th of September, rating and evaluation strategy review and family friendly CBD. So that's those ones. Public question time is item 6. Are there any public questions received?
Not that we've received.
No. Are there any other public questions? There being none, we'll move on to petitions. Now, I understand we have an update of an already received petition, and I'll just hand over to the CEO.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So that's correct. We have received an updated petition, and the subject matter is the impact of diesel fumes from large tourist buses on the health of the residents and visitors to Battery Point, and the impact of large tourist buses on the historic fabric of Battery Point. It is requested that the Hobart City Council ban all diesel buses and those with a carrying capacity greater than 20 people from travelling through the historic suburb of Battery Point. There are 12 signatories to this updated position on behalf of the Battery Point Community Association.
Okay, I don't think we need a motion to receive that, or we might.
I move that we refer that to the appropriate officer for reporting and to the appropriate committee.
Seconded by Councillor Posselt? No? I need
Sorry.
a seconder before.
Second.
Second by Councillor Harvey. Councillor Posselt?
Sorry, Lord Mayor, just wanted to raise in this context that I have an email from the Battery Point Community Association Chair who states that there's 155 signatures.
This is an updated petition with 12 petitions out of 12 on it. So that
Yeah, I understand.
Not the total amount, but this is the update to that.
Those are 12 signatures. Did you receive the update? The question is, did you receive the update from the Community Association with a total of 155 signatures?
I don't have the full number with me here.
Okay.
But it looks like there's a few pages there.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's been received.
Yeah, so just for clarity, it's the 12 was on the original,
Oh, right.
and we've
Yeah,
added
I don't have the total
155.
number here.
Yeah, great.
All the pages there by the looks of it.
Make sure we're all on the same page.
Okie dokie. Supplementary items, there are none. Item 9 is indications of pecuniary and conflicts of interest. To any elected members wish to indicate an interest in any item appearing on the open council agenda?
I will in the new 29 or whatever the personal attack one on me is. That one. I've got an interest in that one. The personal attack on me.
Councillor Elliott, that's not the name of the item.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. I find misnaming items offensive. Can we please stick to the protocol of council?
It's called, sorry.
I think it's
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's it.
29. Item 29. Okay, Councillor Elliott has declared an interest in that matter. Any other matters anyone wants to declare? There being none, we will move on to item 10, review of the Capital City Strategic Plan, 2019 to 2029.
Happy to move this, Lord Mayor.
I need a seconder. Councillor Dutta. Would someone like to speak to the matter, Deputy Lord Mayor?
Well, yes. I mean, I think it's evident, and probably most elected members have read this. But this is the refreshed City of Hobart Capital City Strategic Plan for 2023. So there were updates which came from 48 responses through the Your Say Hobart survey and 6 submissions, which were from organisations such as the Tasmanian Small Business Council, Volunteering Tasmania, the RACT, Office of the Coordinator General, Heart Foundation and the Australian Retailers Association. The responses, the responsiveness of this strategic plan, I think, is borne out in what the public and also elected members provided as feedback, and the key themes were planning for the future, including population growth, housing, transport and climate change, support for major developments, protection of the natural environment, support for local businesses and economic diversification and so forth. And I think that it is reflected in this. The UN Sustainable Development Goals are part of this as well, Lord Mayor. So I think all in all, it is reflective of our vision strategy, but also has taken on board some of those comments. So I highly commend this and thank the officers for the work they've done.
Further discussion? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and likewise I'd like to echo the comments made by the Deputy Lord Mayor this evening, reflecting on the 8 pillars that this document has produced and the really deep threads that this has within our community through the engagement process with sense of place, community inclusion, participation and belonging, creativity and culture, city economies, movement and connectivity, natural environment, built environment and governance and civic involvement. These are all the things that we're here to govern for and all the things that we're going to rely on to make Hobart a better place. And I thank the officers for their work, and I thank them for the workshop that we had where we went through this in fine-tooth detail to make sure we got it right. And despite that, there was something that did just slip through the cracks, which was the strategic plan has no reference as it currently stands to children or families, and this is a cohort that I'm very deeply connected to at this phase of my life. And so I would propose that we move 2 small amendments to the document itself, which I've circulated to elected members, and I believe council support have a copy that they can put on the screen.
That's going on the screen now.
Thank you. So as you can see there, it's adding to mobility and to built environment that we consider children and family needs in the way we go about our planning. There's some unique things that in particular children have. Their brains are not developed enough to be able to register the speed at which a vehicle is coming. It's as simple as that. They can't judge when to cross a road to a pedestrian island. Rather, the car should stop and allow the child safe passage. And so these types of very large, high-level amendments will allow officers to consider more deeply the needs of children in our built environment, and I would ask that you allow these amendments to go through this evening.
Councillor Posselt, I just need a seconder for your... Alderman Bloomfield seconded that. Okay, we've got that amendment in front of us, so I think just for clarity I'd like to deal with that immediately. If there's any discussion, otherwise I'll just put that.
Lord Mayor, I think that our officers are professional enough to take all of these considerations into account anyway, and it happens as a matter of course. I just see this as probably unnecessary administration, paperwork and time consuming. As noble as it might be, I just think that it's just probably wasting time and effort on everyone's part, and therefore it's not necessary. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion on the amendment, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Going around the table, I have Karis, Sherlock, Elliott, Salt, Lohberger, Bloomfield, Dutta, Alderman Harvey, the Deputy Lord Mayor and yourself. And the noes, for show of hands, I have Zuko and Kelly. Thank you.
Motion's carried. So,
by way of process, would it help, just because it's your first night, that if we get Ms Cornish to call out the name so you can...
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I think that might be easier if that's all right, if I'm not instructing too directly through you to the CEO.
okay, so that motion's been, that amendment's been carried. Is there any further discussions on the substantive item? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 11 is rates and charges policy amendment. Would someone like to move that? Alderman Baraka, seconded by Councillor Sherlock. Any discussion? Being none.
There is, Lord Mayor, just one thing. I voted against this policy in the first instance, and I'm going to vote against this because I want to be consistent. But it would be good for a report to come to council on any of the rebates that are provided to organisations, and I so move that as an amendment. I think it's very, very important that we receive that information to know where the ratepayer funds are going to. So I move that as an amendment.
Thanks, Alderman Zuko. Is there a seconder for that amendment?
Can we have that, please? Yeah, I'm not very clear with regards to that amendment. May I hear it again?
There's a seconder, and then we can get some advice on it. Is there a seconder? Councillor Elliott. Okay, so the CEO might want to let us know. I had thought that this was all reported automatically in our annual report, but maybe that isn't the practice.
I'm also not clear on the question through you.
That the council be provided with ongoing reporting on the organisations and the organisation and or persons who receive a rebate.
A rebate.
Well, a remission, sorry, remission. Okay.
I'll defer to our Director of City Enablers because my understanding is we do provide that information through our annual reporting process. Would you be able to clarify that?
That's the advice I've received as well.
I'm not referring to the annual report, Lord Mayor. I'm referring to ongoing.
So ongoing as in real time?
In real time, yeah. That's,
okay.
Look,
So,
to clarify the reasons, that used to be a process that used to occur, that used to come to finance, where remissions were relayed to organisations. We used to get an updated report on a regular basis.
okay, Councillor Sherlock.
Sorry, before I vote on that amendment, just wanting to seek some clarification. What's the definition of regular? What is regular? Do we already regularly get these updates when we provide remissions to individuals? I don't get it. We've already been advised that we're provided with that report. I don't understand what the amendment is trying to achieve.
Alderman Zuko, I think it's...
That's okay. I'm just going to withdraw the amendment. So there you go. I'll withdraw the amendment. I'm not going to get into childish debate.
Alderman Barakis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just quickly, similarly, I voted against the double rates for vacant land when it came through, but I'll be supporting this one. I think when you have a carrot and stick policy, we do need to ensure that we also have the carrot. And I think if we are wanting to encourage people to develop these underutilised or unutilised blocks of land, we need to carry out that side of things as well, and not just penalise those that have vacant blocks of land, because sometimes they sit vacant for a myriad of different reasons, sometimes outside the control of property owners who might otherwise want to be developing or want to be building houses on those properties, but are held back by construction or held back by council approvals or building approvals or a range of other things, interest rates going up or whatever have you. So for those that are actively engaging in and trying to build houses, as we are wanting to incentivise people, I think it's entirely reasonable to provide those incentives through a policy like this.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And look, I welcome these rates from remission incentives. I think it speaks to, firstly, we put in the increased rates for vacant land and for short stay accommodation, and we've covered off on that in a previous council meeting. This was always about being responsive, and also, as Alderman Barakis has said, it's always been, from my perspective, after introducing the prospect of this differential rate, that we look at incentives as well as those disincentives. So this was always, looking at the evidence and the information from other councils. This approach was always, I believe, going to occur. I'm very pleased, though, that it's come earlier than our other discussions around differential rates. So I think this is a really sensible move on a number of fronts, and certainly not bringing it back and forth every month or so is also a good thing.
Councillor Sherlock.
Lord Mayor, and I concur with the comments that have been made by both Alderman Barakis and Councillor Burnett. And I think just something else to add, as we noticed there at 6.3 and 6.5, specifically talking about the criteria that's going to be that this is going to be assessed under, which, as it says at 6.3, is all relevant permits, and the criteria proposed to grant the part rates remission is that the property has received all applicable permits for their property, including but not limited to planning, building and plumbing permits and any other relevant council permits. So I think this is thorough in what is provided to us. So I really commend the staff on this. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. When we voted on this item back in June, I said that I was voting against it primarily because we needed a policy, and now we're in September when we're doing the policy. So I think there's a bit of a lesson in that for us as a council, is the importance of having a policy, because we've gone out with a major decision and then had all the real life scenarios flow in, and now we're having to make things up as we go along, policy on the run that they talk about. So in terms of actually what's before us, I did have a question, please. It references that where it is evident that the vacant land cannot be developed, the part remissions would apply. I just wanted to know if we're able to, well, firstly, through you, Chair, to the relevant officer, will we do that assessment that it can't be developed proactively, or will we wait to be contacted by a ratepayer and then have it go back the other way?
Through the CEO, happy Mr. Reynolds, or yeah.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We will wait to be contacted by the ratepayer.
Right. And a supplementary question, if that's right. What sort of things would make it evident that property couldn't be built on? I imagine a tiny size would be an obvious one. But what other, because it's already zoned residential.
Mr. Reynolds, would you like to give some advice on that?
Size would be the primary factor, but there may be other indications such as boundaries, easements and the like that may prohibit residential buildings being developed on there.
On that note, could I move an amendment just that we add to the policy the sort of factors that might make it evident that a property couldn't be developed, to make it from a ratepayer's user-friendliness point of view? So where it is evident, for example, boundary, size. Thank you, yeah.
Okay, so that can just be taken on board. So in brackets afterwards?
Such as?
Yeah, all right.
Also, I can understand, and I've confirmed that with Miss Aby, that I'm nervous around the fact that people have to go through planning and building and plumbing in order to get the rates remission. There's a lot of money and expense involved in just getting planning alone. You know, it costs often tens of thousands, if not more, to get to the planning stage. And I would like to see it actually be that the only threshold people have to jump to get the remission is that they have planning approval, not building and plumbing also required. Because when you're building and plumbing, you're pretty much on, you know, you're a lot further along the track. And I'm just conscious of all those people who are saving desperately to build their home, and they have planning approval now, and they're saving further and further. So I'd like to move an amendment that the policy be changed to the only requirement is planning approval for a dwelling, not building and plumbing and other, only planning.
Councillor Elliott, this is the kind of amendment that would be really good to circulate to elected members, and I would request that you provide that amendment as in writing before we vote on it. So maybe if there's anyone else.
Yeah, and the only other part of my query is that we're also talking about short stay later in the closed agenda, but I think we're also going to end up needing short stay, the remissions policy for short stay captured in this document too. So that's just more of a comment. I'll draft up that amendment.
I might, yeah, Councillor Elliott. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just on the issue of remissions of the residential vacant land, remission rates on that. Look, it's a complex issue, and we all agree here tonight that there's no magic quick fix to getting the right balance of these rates. I do think there are some fundamental flaws regarding the vacant land. We in this very chamber only at the last meeting expressed our deep concern about the reduction in the tree canopy that the city has now been reported to have through the satellite imagery. We continually talk about the climate crisis that we're in, and the whole foundation of a lot of our policy now is all about sustainability and the like. There's so many of these vacant land properties that are gardens and do have trees and the like on them. I personally am planting 500 trees on the vacant land that I have and doing other things there with weeds, etc. So Hobart too, it's not a municipality like our neighbouring Kingborough, Brighton and Clarence, where there are large tracts of land. There is land banking that goes on, and it's probably a fair comment and criticism to have. Hobart does not have that. I'm not going to push anything tonight on that. I note that we're all aware that we have the strategic rates review at the moment, and I will be pursuing that matter through that mechanism and in due time. So I just thought I'd put that on the discussion tonight. Thank you.
Further discussion, Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to make one comment, and the comment is in regards to the policy on the run. I am of the view that that is not the case, because there is a mechanism in the legislation, section 129, which gives us the statutory power, and the procedures are very clearly laid down, that a ratepayer may apply for council remission. So having made the decision, if a ratepayer is of the view that he or she wants to apply for remission, the mechanism is already in place. So it's not a policy on the run, but we knew that this was availability for the ratepayers if they wanted a remission. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion, I think Councillor Harvey was on his feet first.
Can I just hear from the officers what actually qualifies for the remission? Is it not, if you put in an application that you have a building permit, you're entitled to the remission? Do you also then need, a planning permit? And a planning permit is issued before a building permit. So a planning permit is enough?
No. If you would like me to answer that question. Advice. We, the officers undertook quite rigorous benchmarking in order to see how other municipalities had applied a similar remission policy, and it was very important when the executive leadership group proposed this recommendation that it did include applicable permits beyond just planning, that wasn't enough of a threshold to actually prove that property was to be developed, and in fact in other municipalities that wasn't a threshold that was recommended. So there would have to be relevant permits to the property, all relevant permits for it to enable it to be developed, not just a planning permit. So that does include a building permit and the plumbing permit and any other associated permits required.
And is that associated with the length of time you can extend your building permit? So you can have a building permit for quite a long time and have no intention of ever building?
Well, that is the option available if those are extended by 2 years at a time.
Well, that's clarified it, so I won't be supporting that amendment.
And some of this is outlined in the report around some of the other councils. Okay, if there's any further discussion, Councillor Elliott, we do need your... Oh, sorry, Alderman Bloomfield.
I just wanted to highlight the focus that we've made continuously with the rates adjustments has been on the doubling, so-called doubling of rates for this area. And I think we forget in ourselves that we actually gave discounts across the board of 2% to all residentials. So if we had not done that, people wouldn't be paying the approximate 6% they're enjoying now, they'd be paying 8%. So ultimately, if you had property, your own home, which is generally the AAV for the same size property as a vacant block would be actually be paying more, you get a 2% discount on that in order to pay more on the land property. But if you equate what has been given, so if they were both at 8%, one goes up by 4, but this one goes down by 2, the actual net difference that any individual would pay if they had a private property with a home on it plus a vacant block of residential land is actually not nearly as much as people would remember, because everyone has forgotten that we have actually in fact given a 2% discount right across the board on the base levels of our rate increases. And I think it's really important that when we look at these elements that we actually factor that back into the equation. So when we are offering discounts, when we are offering support, it's not an enormous amount we're offering it on.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion on the substantive matter, we'll go to Councillor Elliott's amendment. I need a seconder for it. Alderman Zuko. Now, because it is around an area that would be considered us requiring qualified advice, I will just ask again the CEO if there's any, or through you to one of the directors, if there's any advice on this, because this is, given it is about ratings, strategy and charges. I'd personally like any qualified advice if I could.
If I could seek the Director of City Enablers through the Chair.
No further comment on that.
As is outlined in the report, Lord Mayor, the officers did the benchmarking to really identify what would be an incentive or a disincentive, and we felt that by basing it on the experience of other local governments, that until you actually apply the building permit, the planning permit, building permit and plumbing permit and any other requirements, that it doesn't achieve the impact that we're seeking to achieve by doing this.
Okay, so I think what I'm... so you're suggesting that this is potentially undermines the...
If it doesn't apply, a planning permit doesn't apply enough of a threshold
I see.
for this to be an applicable incentive or disincentive. So we felt that through applying all of those, the planning permit, building permit, plumbing permit and any other relevant council permits, that it would actually indicate that the property was seeking to be developed.
Okay, no worries. Councillor Posselt, speaking to the amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Just for the wholeness of the debate, I think that this amendment just simply comes down to the threshold that the council wants to set and benchmarking against other councils. They're the two things. If we want to set a lower threshold than what we've benchmarked against our councils, then we can do that. If we want to set a higher threshold because we really want properties developed, we can do that too. They're equally, it's a threshold judgment call for council. I don't think there's any degree of professional advice that changes that, but the benchmarking is really useful in the sense that if this is what other councils are doing to ensure that the appropriate disincentive or incentive to develop and disincentive for land banking occurs, and they believe that planning, plumbing and building is the threshold, then that's a good indicator that that's the threshold chosen by other councils. If we want to set ourselves lower or higher than that, that's up to us. But I think that it's always good to look at standards with anything we do. We don't operate in a bubble in Hobart. We've got many other councils we can look to. So I think benchmarking against other councils and using their wisdom and experience is a wise move. So for that reason, I won't be supporting Councillor Elliott's amendment. However, I do understand the rationale for her attempting it.
Alderman Barakis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As Councillor Basol just said, this is ultimately a value judgment from elected members as to where they think the threshold should be. Anyone who's been reading the news in recent months would see the number of developments in the city that have not gone ahead with the owners citing delays of going through the council process that have ended up pushing building back and put them into higher costs and other reasons.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Yes. What's your point of order?
I'm not sure what Alderman Barakis is referring to. Anyone would have seen in the news. I have no idea. I haven't seen.
I'm sorry, that's not a point of order, but something you can raise in your debate, Councillor Loberg.
Well, for example, Lord Mayor, the Tasman Hospital, the motor development on Harrington Street, I think are two of a few that have been postponed or stopped because of what they had listed as delays. Sometimes people put in development applications and they go through and they get done quite quickly. Other times they get feedback from this chamber and they go back to the drawing board and adjust and come back with an amended design. These processes can sometimes take months and months and months. And through all that time, if somebody bought a vacant piece of land to build a house on, that's months and months that these people would be paying the increased rates. I would not say that that is too low of a threshold for them to have gotten over that hump to say that that person or that property owner is taking seriously their intent to develop that land. If they've gone through that whole rigmarole, and maybe it's a short process, and maybe it's a very long process like some developments have faced, I think that is as good of a sign as any that the property owner is intending to develop that property in good faith. I don't think that somebody would go through this process just for the fun of it, because from as much as I've heard, it can sometimes be the opposite of fun. So, look, we're not talking about an insignificant amount of money. It's an amount of money that's large enough to provide a disincentive for leaving those lots of land vacant. You know, I don't think the argument about a 2% discount holds. I think we're charging, the last rate rise was a significant one. We're charging 6% a rate increase on most households, and we're saying just count yourself lucky and be thankful that it wasn't 8. So I don't think that holds. I think if we have people that are demonstrating to any reasonable person that they're intending on developing a vacant land for housing, I think any reasonable person would say that having gone through the rigmarole of getting a DA is a sign that that person is actively engaging in the process to build a home on that, a house or a home on that block. I think that is as reasonable of a threshold as any. And then once they've got the building permit, the plumbing permit, they're already most of the way through that process. That's months and months that these people could potentially be getting charged higher rates when they're already going through the process of trying to build housing on that land. I don't think that's reasonable. I think it goes against the entire intent of what we are trying to do here, which is trying to incentivise people. So we're providing that incentive to people that are already towards the end of that process. When somebody having gotten a DA and gone through that process, paid their fees, gotten their development permit from the council, I think has shown to any reasonable person that they do fully intend on developing that piece of property. And I don't know why we would be wanting to delay the time in which they can claim that remission while they're going through the process of what it is exactly that we're trying to incentivise them to do through this policy. So I'd be encouraging everyone to support the amendment. I think it's entirely reasonable, and I think it does provide that carrot to counterbalance that stick that we have with this increased rates of vacant land.
Councillor Posselt.
Just a question, Lord Mayor, that Alderman Barakis' debate has brought into my mind. To the Director of Planning is probably the most appropriate, but what's the limit for a single planning approval before you need to apply for an extension to the planning approval?
Lord Mayor, is that a reference to the timeframe?
Yes.
So a permit is issued with a life of 2 years. It's possible to get 2 extensions of 2 years, so it can be up to 6 years for that permit.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wonder if perhaps I could ask Councillor Elliott, the putter of the amendment, a question if she would consider some change to the amendment that would allow for a single permit phase, so that this amendment would apply for 2 years, but if you applied to extend to 4 or 6 years, then you went back to the vacant land rates. Because I think that Alderman Barakis' points are reasonable.
That's mine. I would accept that.
So they add the words for a period of 2 years.
Sorry, we'd need...
I think it's being retyped.
Further discussion on the amendments. The amendment, Councillor Sherlock.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Look, I understand that the amendment seems reasonable enough. I, however, won't be supporting it. And for me, 2 reasons really. Number one, and it's already been outlined there in the report, number one, when we talk about the differential general rate for vacant residential land, that applies until the Valuer General advises Council through a supplementary rates process that the property has been classified as non-vacant land. That's point number one. Point number 2 for me is this: if you are seeking that remission, we've got particular criteria that I think is very thorough. The report outlines various different evidence-based approaches in terms of best practice for various councils and shires that were researched, and we're now adopting similar and criteria is probably the best word to describe that, and I fully support it. And so unfortunately I won't be supporting the amendment.
Any further discussion? Alderman Bloomfield.
I've watched how having a planning approval can be on-sold with a property. You've got the planning approval, then you go and sell the property and you go on and so forth, which doesn't particularly give me much belief that every DA actually is associated with the intention to in fact build. So I feel that we're actually creating a loophole. We're not actually doing what we wanted to do, which is to have genuine applications. There is no doubt the process is expensive and it is difficult, but that is our process and there is a reason behind it. Also, we don't want to see an extension and an extension and an extension, which is my whole point of developing a loophole. We simply want either you build it or you don't. You'll either get a rebate or you won't.
Further discussion? So have we got the slightly amended motion up? I'll speak briefly to the amendment, just saying that I'm inclined to just go with the policy as drafted by the staff for now. All of our policies can be reviewed again as part of our rating review, and maybe this is something we can look at and discuss and get some more evidence. But I do note and agree with Alderman Bloomfield's comments that the process of getting a DA on a vacant block of land and then on selling it is a big challenge for cities right around the country. It does lead to basically properties being passed around for years with planning applications and it not moving to the next stage. And this is, the whole idea of this was to try and basically encourage development to take the next step. And I do think I'm happy with it for now, and therefore, I'm inclined not to sort of support policy on the run in the sense of this amendment at this late minute, recognising that we are going through a rating strategy review, and so we can tweak this along with all of our rating strategies over the next few months, and we are doing that through quite in-depth workshops. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Lord Mayor, the way that motion is written, it actually gives the incentives for people to actually go out and actually start the process for development. In the sense is for a period of 2 years. It's a standard procedure under the Act in respect of having a planning application. If people have an opportunity to put forward a planning application for their unused parcel of land, it actually gives people that incentive to actually proceed down that track. What could be part of that is for a period of 2 years, and add the words, should the development not proceed, then they'll pay retrospectively. In other words, you've got 2 years to put up a development, a DA, you got your DA, build it. If not, you pay it back retrospectively. Simple as that. What it does, if you give people the incentive to start the process, we might see more development. But people have got to understand that planning is one component of it, building is other components of it. Now, if you want to give the incentive for people to actually build, give them the incentive to actually go through the first process. Planning is the first process. So I actually believe this is, if the intent of this council is to get people to develop, this is the way to go.
Okay, so I don't know why that disappeared again, but there it is anyway. So that's the amendment. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour. And against? Okay, so that was lost. So we will now go back to the substantive motion, which is items 1 to 3, and that was moved. I'm sure we've got the mover and the Seconded for that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour?
Just on the substantive. Without you.
And against? So that is carried. Okay, we are now moving on to item 12, which is the 2022-23 annual report, annual plan final report for the financial year.
So moved, Lord Mayor.
Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Dutta. Is there any discussion on this matter, on this report? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a quick question about item 2.1.3, which is page 10 of the report and page 75 of the council documents. With regards to the complete the review of the Aboriginal commitment and action plan and deliver identified actions, this document stated that the review has not commenced due to an inability to fill the position. I was wondering what the position is and what efforts were made that may have been unconventional to try to fill what I assume is an Aboriginal liaison position of some sort.
Director.
Through you, Lord Mayor, the position is of Aboriginal Engagement Officer. We had several attempts to recruit to fill that position and a range of conversations across the community, and we're unable to fill that position as a staff member of the team, which is why we've gone to the alternative approach, which is to engage a consultant to undertake this work.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Director Allen. Look, this is the only item that I want to talk about in this document. The rest of it's great. It's good to see the update. It really troubles me that we can't find an Aboriginal liaison officer for this organisation, and I would encourage officers to consider any completely unorthodox ways of finding somebody to fill the position. It's incredibly important, and a way of working with the community. If it's changing position descriptions, changing remuneration, whatever it looks like, I'd just love to see an Aboriginal engagement officer employed here rather than us going to consultancies for our Aboriginal advice. So that's my debate on it. I think it's important.
Any further discussion? There being none. Oh, Councillor
Sorry,
Elliott.
just a question, please. Under, I'm not sure what it is, but in reference to a draft workforce strategy, it talks about the completion of a culture survey later this year. I've just got a question if the council will see a copy of that culture survey, or at least a high-level summary of the outcomes when it comes.
Yes, it is intended that elected members will be briefed on the outcomes of the culture survey.
Okay, thank you.
There's no further discussion. I'll put that item. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 13 is the 2022-23 Capital Works Program Report as at 30 June 2023.
Yeah, I'll move that. Lord
Moved
Mayor.
by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Sherlock. Is there any discussion on this report? Receiving a note looking back on the past year.
I just have a question, I hope I'm on the right item, around the on-street parking sensor replacements for $686,000 because of the 3G changes. I was just wondering if the funds we've committed for this year fully cover us for what we need in terms of transition from 3G to 5G compatibility, if we're in a good place with that.
Sorry, CEO, did you want to pass that on to Director
Thank
Allen?
you, Lord Mayor. So the project is actually funded across two financial years, In the 22-23 is the first payment, and you will see in the report for the 23-24 capital budget, there's the continuation of that rollout of the project.
Okay, thank you. So we're not anticipating any issues with the 3G to 5G in terms of capital works?
Through you, Lord Mayor, no, not at this stage, but obviously it's a highly technical project, so we'll be managing it closely.
Thank you.
Okay, there's no further discussion. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 14 is the Doon Kennedy Hobart Aquatic Centre Warm Water Pool Project Update.
Yeah,
Moved
I'll
by
move
Deputy
this,
Lord Mayor. Seconded by Councillor Sherlock.
Lord Mayor, I'll speak to this briefly. Obviously, this is a really important part of any sort of improvement to the Doon Kennedy Hobart Aquatic Centre, and you'd be aware that this the funding or the tender for this has essentially doubled, or the likely costs have doubled. So partnership with the state and federal governments is something that really needs to be a priority if we're going to get this wellness pool. It's wellness pool is really for rehabilitation of people with injuries, clients of NDIS. It might be veterans. It might be a whole range of people who are recuperating post surgery from injury. From workplace injury as well. So it is a key component to the offering of Doon Kennedy Hobart Aquatic Centre, and I think obviously this is something that has been on the books for quite some time, but certainly in your absence, Lord Mayor, and I know prior to you leaving there have been a number of conversations with those MPs, various levels of government, so that we have that conversation as well as key stakeholders. So I really would like to see that we go ahead with this. However, we do also need to consider the budget constraints and put a line under this fairly soon as well. So I'm looking forward to securing funding, but as yet that hasn't been finalised.
Further discussion, Councillor Lohberger.
Just had a question, Chair, through you. Section 2.1.5 just refers to the existing assets approaching the end of their asset life. Do we have an idea about what sort of timeframes we're talking about there?
Yes, through you, Lord Mayor. Look, we are talking 1 or 2 years that we're expecting to have to refurbish those facilities if they're not replaced with this proposal.
Thank you, Chair.
Alderman Brackus.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So just off the back of Councillor Lohberger's question, what would the cost be to keep our existing assets there up to scratch, so we avoid finding ourselves in a similar situation to neighbouring councils regarding our pool?
Through you, Lord Mayor, I'd be hesitant to put an exact figure on it, but we're talking millions of dollars.
Further discussion, Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, the Doon Kennedy Aquatic Centre is the gem almost in Hobart City Council's crown, and it certainly costs us the equivalent of the gem indeed to run it. The wellness centre and the warm water pool, as Deputy Lord Mayor points out, is really important for rehabilitation, for physical health, for mental wellbeing, for a cohort in our community which are important. I do recognise there are funding challenges with pursuing this idea, funding challenges at all levels of government who are all a bit skint at the moment. So while I recognise this is really important, I'm also inherently a pragmatist, and I think we should continue to pursue it, but if it doesn't go ahead, there may be opportunities for us to lobby and advocate for the community in consultation with the state government and the AFL for much better use public access of the proposed high performance centre, which will not be in this municipality. However, a warm water pool will be installed for the AFL's needs, and if we can negotiate and help the community to get access to that in the absence of getting funding for our very own pool, I think that would be a wise choice. Its secondary comment is in regards to the asset renewal of the sauna, spa and steam room, which are currently approaching the end of their life. I think there's a really great opportunity to improve the Aquatic Centre's experience for customers and indeed potentially for tourists. I note 5.32 points out that the wellness area currently generates $110,000 in direct revenue and an estimated $250,000 in indirect revenue, and that revenue is really important to maintaining the entirety of DCAC for the community. And so I would encourage officers, if this proposal for the warm water pool does not go ahead, to consider what opportunities there may be in terms of recreating the space, potentially providing an outdoor spa venue in Hobart that would attract tourists to come and enjoy a spa at DCAC underneath the stars. These are options that may well fall at our feet should we be unable to get the additional funding from state and federal government. But where one door closes, many more can open.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This facility is almost an extension of the Royal Hobart Hospital or a hospital service, and it's just a comment here. So once again, I just find that the burden that has been put onto this council to pick up the costs for what really is a health issue and should be funded by the state government. I mean, we're finding, the Glenorchy pool's closing down. I mean, people who use this facility, and it's a fantastic concept and a great thing to have, will be coming from other councils as well. And we're picking up a huge burden here. And I think the state government are duck shoving their responsibility totally on this. And it's something that I think we should be very forcefully going to them and saying that, look, this really falls in your jurisdiction. We can provide the land, which we're doing, the administration, management and everything else. And it's high time, I think, we stand up to a lot of the things, i.e. we're picking up a lot of the costs that state government are pushing down further and further for us as a capital city to have to bear. So to fit in with the football, AFL football teams, it's worth considering, but they're going to be very prescriptive in the times they want it. I don't know if they really want to be mixing with people doing rehabilitation and the scheduling of all that. So it's worth considering, but I come back to my point of we've got to be pushing the state government that this is their responsibility and we shouldn't be. Thank you.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I just wanted to highlight that warm water pool isn't unique to Hobart. There are other large facilities who do actually offer that, and in fact they've also mentioned this to me in passing that they're not full. So we're not actually going to be having people miss an opportunity to use one simply because we don't have one. So I feel that given our current circumstance where we are financially strapped, where it is difficult right now, this could be an opportunity for us to use that same money to redevelop areas of the pool that need it and strengthen what we have, rather than focus on what we could have or should have or might have. Let's enjoy what we do have and do it well.
Further Councillor Lohberger.
I just had another question and then I'll make a contribution. Just off the back of what Alderman Bloomfield just said, I understand we probably can't redirect the funding from the Building Better Regions Fund because it's building, but the $2.65 million in grant funding from the state government, is it possible that we can go back to the government and ask them to use that money to refurbish the existing assets? I mean, just through you to staff, I'm just posing that as a question first up.
CEO? Acting CEO, sorry.
Thank you. My understanding is that that grant funding is for new infrastructure, not for the maintenance of old or renewed infrastructure. It's not something that we have pursued, but we can. I doubt that it would be a viable option. Our experience is that the state government is taking back any unspent funds on other council projects, not necessarily here but elsewhere.
Just through you again, Chair, is it possible for us to have that conversation without me needing to amend this? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Include that in our options when we next talk to the state.
Fabulous. Thank you, CEO. Acting CEO.
Do you want to say anything, Councillor Berger?
No, I think I made my point.
Councillor Elliott?
Thank you. I just have a question. It's related to, I was wondering if there's anything in place or work underway around a broader looking strategy, because yes, Alderman Bloomfield is obviously correct in terms it's not the only facility, and I was just wondering what was happening. Are the different players talking? Is there any talk of a sort of southern aquatic strategy or anything like that? Is there any coordination or discussions happening with private and public? Okay. Yeah, so my thinking on this is that, as we all know, they're incredibly valuable but expensive assets, and I think we need to broaden our horizons and look at something like a southern aquatic strategy, for example, where we bring together the players from councils and private to see who's offering what at the moment and what would make most sense for people to excel in, I guess, in the public use versus learn to swim versus rehabilitation, so that we're not duplicating and so that the community as a whole has access to the aquatic facilities they need within a reasonable distance. It might not all be in the one-stop shop. So I also, on a smaller note, if this all doesn't come about, and let's be frank, it's not looking likely that we're going to get all the extra money that we need, unfortunately. And I also note that the state of the change rooms and things needs work. A question, if this does fall over and we don't get the funds for it, is there room, or has it been allocated in this year's works budget that the change rooms would get a refurbishment?
Mr Noy.
Yes, through you, Lord Mayor. This year's budget only includes the grant funding, so any additional funding for this project would have been provided in 24-25 financial year. So we will certainly, if this project doesn't go ahead, we'll be seeking an allocation for that work in the 24-25 budget.
Okay. So realistically, in terms of timeframes, just so I understand right, the state of the change rooms at the moment, it's probably we're looking at they'll be in that way for another year or so.
Well, yes, certainly by the middle of next year, we'll hopefully have funding to be able to undertake that work.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is the place or if it can be taken just as feedback. I really do feel quite strongly about the tackling of the aquatic facilities from a from a regional level. So I might actually move an amendment that we add part 4 to the motion under Aquatic Centre there, be it that that the council basically puts out, makes contact with all the other aquatic providers, engages their interest in working on a shared strategy around aquatic facilities in southern Tasmania. Okay. Someone has to. My thinking on that is that someone has to start the process or the discussions, and I think it would be a valuable piece of work to be done.
Seconder for that amendment. That's lapsed. So.
Okay, no worries.
Is there any further discussion? Can I make, just because this is something I've followed a little bit closely in the last couple of months, I can't move an amendment from the floor, from the chair, sorry, but I would suggest that item 2, that we give ourselves 1 more month, so leave it till the end of November, because it's so restrictive, like 31st of October is actually 1 month away, and to actually secure funding, so not just secure a promise or secure an extension of the existing funding, but to actually wrap up the entire deal in the next 30 days is such a high bar that I think it basically we may as well say we're not pursuing this right now. So I would see if anyone is willing to move that, but I'll just finish my points first. This project, Alderman Bloomfield, I do need to pick you up on this, but I don't know all of the details. But we secured a huge number of letters of support from, the Arthritis Association, a whole range of disability organisations, Council on the Ageing, a huge number of stakeholders that have actually said, no, there isn't a public, affordable, accessible facility. KG5 is one of the only ones that's close, and that's been a bit of a mess in the sense that it was publicly provided, but it's now being run by a private provider who has very restrictive hours. It's very expensive. And so the reason we got so much support for this, and also we got support from all Southern Council mayors, Councillor Elliott, just in terms of that sort of regional importance. The reason we got this is because everybody knows that this is probably the best and cheapest way for us to provide essential health facilities to a huge cohort. It is people living with a disability. It is people with chronic disease. It is the physiotherapy sector, as Councillor Kelly's pointed out. The potential users of this facility is vast, and it is absolutely basic health infrastructure that should be being provided. And I think, and this is what we've said to the state and federal government, if everyone chips in a little bit extra, it's actually we can actually get this facility up and running and operating for all of these people in huge pain, in huge need, and we can get that operating sooner rather than sort of hoping that we sort of will, have a high performance centre one day down the track or this or that. Basically we can make this, we can develop this. We've got the plans, we've got it all approved, it's shovel ready, and we're only asking for an extra $2 million from the state government, an extra $3 million from the federal government. The federal government, there are other options, but we are dealing with a legacy grant from a previous federal government, so we do need a little bit more time. We've had some suggestions that we can get an extension from the federal government and potentially look at other grant programs like Changing Places funding. But, we just need that little bit of extra time. I'm not saying we go right through to the end of the year, but, give us 8 weeks. I also agree with Councillor Kelly that we should be putting the pressure on state and federal government because of the important health elements of these facilities and because of the lack of facilities elsewhere in the entire southern region. I think we shouldn't just be lobbying, but we should be campaigning to ensure that we are making it really clear how fundamental this infrastructure is and how relatively small the top-up is from if the three all do their top-ups. I'll just remind elected members that earlier, it was about May this year, a sports facility in the north came in. It's a very similar situation. They got $15 million worth of funding. They then went out to tender and found that it was going to cost $45 million or something like this, and that was a huge additional top-up that was just immediately promised by the state government. So we don't go to the state government very often for these kind of top-ups. This is $2 million, for the federal government's $3 million. So I do think we've got to give ourselves just that little bit more time, certainly keep pushing and just acknowledging the really significant importance of this facility for so many people because of pain and health and wellbeing needs, not for sport and recreation. It's so important as health infrastructure. So if someone's willing to change that to 30th of November, that would be wonderful.
I move that we change the date to 30th of November. Amend, sorry.
Councillor Dalla would need a seconder for that.
Lord Mayor, I have a question.
Sorry.
Why is the date of 31st of October set as the deadline through you to the CEO? Is there a particular requirement to meet something on that date?
Back to Councillor.
Well, in terms of the federal government grant deed, we need to expend their $3.6 million by the end of the calendar year. So we felt that we'd only be able to do that within that 2-month period at best. So to extend it, unless we were to achieve a further extension, of course, and there was, at this point in time, the written advice is that we are not likely to get it, but we have had some conversations with Senator Brown that she was seeking to establish whether that could be extended.
So the second part of this is if we were assured of an extension, then we'd have a different date. So I guess the amendment should be seeking an extension to the deed, the grant deed.
That is being done. That has been done.
So we're doing that already. So there's, okay. So I don't understand why we would just leave it the way it is.
A little bit more time for these, the way it's worded is my advice to the council. So.
Look, Lord Mayor, I might just add. Look, I think what Mr. Noyes said is correct, but there is that window of opportunity. There's that sort of that door that's opening ever so slightly in those discussions. So, it being shovel ready, as the Lord Mayor has said, and that possibility of pivoting that type of federal funding may just be possible. So, I think it's like it's almost a date that just give us a little bit of time. I don't think that is necessarily going to be detrimental to the council. I think that could be of benefit just from all the discussions that I've had over the course of the last 2 weeks.
I need to know whether Councillor Dutta has a seconder for the.
I'll second it then for a slight extension.
Sure. Yeah. Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question or a couple of questions. So this project was first conceived in 2017, was when the council resolved to push on with the warm water pool, I think, per the documents. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it was broader. There was the master plan that we approved was much more than the warm water pool. There was a slide and there was a whole range of things. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if there's been any further assessment which could either aid or dissuade us from pursuing this in the context of a fully funded and fully fledged NDIS, which only occurred in 2020. In terms of access to KG5 and to Oceania, I assume that NDIS is covering access for folk who meet the criteria to those facilities. However, on the flip side, has any economic modelling been done as to the potential cost-benefit analysis for us going ahead because of the remuneration provided through the NDIS that might tilt the table one way or the other? Has the NDIS been considered?
So, Director of City Futures and I can both comment on that because we've been part of negotiations. So, as you're aware, the NDIS goes to the individual and they can determine whether they want to purchase a service like a warm water hydrotherapy facility. So what we need is a capital contribution to this project. We don't need the operating costs to be covered through consumers because we've got that covered in the business model. So this is for a capital project. And we have done a cost-benefit analysis of approximately $3.5 million back into the public health system for the benefit that this will save the state government in its first year of operation.
And as part of that modelling, did that consider any direct revenue through charges to the Aquatic Centre for users who may be covered by the NDIS?
No, it was more about the cost saving to the public health system in redirecting people from that to...
Yes, my point is only that the capacity to pay is higher when we have an NDIS insurance program, that we don't have to bear the brunt of the cost of the ongoing operation. There may be the ability to recoup the capital works budget, some of the capital works, through the ongoing pricing structure, and has that been considered in the decision making to whether or not to pursue
So that is part of the business model in how we operate the facility. The revenue that we can generate through the various services that are provided there. There's no question about that business model and the fact that it can generate the income it requires. What we need is the capital. So yes, in answer to your question, we've taken the ability to pay into that business model, but that's not the question on the table tonight around the capital investment which is required to build the facility. I just want to make that clear. You can't generate NDIS income to build the facility. It's to cover the ongoing costs associated with the services.
So, yeah, I think Councillor Posselt's hoping that maybe that we would make more money that could pay back our own capital works contribution from a very successful and popularly used facility. But you don't think so?
That's definitely a possibility, but we need the capital investment to build it first, is my argument.
Sure.
And that's the subject of the report on the table tonight.
We were discussing the amendment, and the amendment is simply asking for extension to 30th November. I think we are not addressing that.
Yeah.
Section 28.
Thank you. My relevance to that is that if we're using profitability scales to go to the federal and state government and say, you know what, if you invest the money now, then we actually will see an actual economic return. We might enhance the chances of getting the extra money that we want.
We've made that point, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's relevant to the amendment.
Okay. Alderman Barakas.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I support the amendment. I don't know how fruitful it will be, but I don't think it's an unreasonable thing to give us some more flexibility there. Just, I will note, however, I think we've got we're talking about this proposed pool as if it will be the only one in the southern part of the state, and it's a huge unmet need. There was another private venue that was mentioned a moment ago, and I've just had it confirmed to me from the owner that they're nowhere near at capacity. So I just don't know, like, if we are going to go down the road of pursuing something that is not just very expensive but increasingly so, when that service is being provided through other means and through the private sector, in a way that, as I said, you've got the NDIS that does cover and subsidise those treatments. I think if we can't get that money by the date that we're now talking about, we're talking about a lot of money that we can use in other areas of council that I think would benefit our ratepayers more, given that I'm not saying that the warm water pool wouldn't be great and wouldn't be a much needed, wouldn't be a beneficial service, but when it is a service that is already being provided, I think the role of council, the role of government is foremost to provide those services that aren't being met by the private sector. And when those services are being met by the private sector, I think we need to divert our attentions and our limited resources to areas where they aren't. So I'll support this. I think the extra flexibility is for us is a good thing. I'm not sure how fruitful it's going to be though.
Further discussion? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I understand that when this was put to tender, there was no actual people put in a price for this. Yeah, I think that on discussions that the person was approached and they did put one in. The market in some areas is cooling off. Now, this is a substantial project, 14 million. Could a recommendation be that this is re-tendered or even asked amongst the persons who did tender? It'd be very little of council officers' time to do. And I know some projects do get re-advertised at times, and it's not going to be of any real cost or significance to do that.
Thanks. I think that's a question at this stage. So was there advice on that?
Yeah, thank you for that. We have started to consider that. Again, it's the time frame required to expend the federal grant. So if an extension was achieved, we could certainly seek that option and perhaps go out for some sort of a re-tender process that we'd have to streamline and make much shorter, but it is dependent on securing the extension to that federal grant. Otherwise, we would not go out to market without the matching funds available.
So, Councillor Kelly, so is that if it's,
So it's
I think it's
certainly-
in train if, depending on, or rather than needing an amendment to say that?
I wouldn't recommend it being an amendment because it is something we're pursuing. If we get the extension to that BBF funding from the federal government, we will certainly pursue that.
Okay. So I might put the amendment, which is just to change the date from 31 October to 30 November. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. And now, if there's no further discussion on the motion, substantive motion as amended, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 15 is the proposed 23-24 financial year capital works program.
So moved, Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Sherlock. There's been a workshop on this. Is there any discussion? Elliott?
I have a question, please. Just in the priority B list, I just want to make sure that my assumption is correct when it talks about overlay programs. Is that roadworks? Yes, thank you. Thanks. And also with the $20,000 that's there for, it says for the crowd removal of the bronze component, does that also include the temporary signage or is that separate?
Director Allen?
Through you, Lord Mayor, that's the provision that's in the budget at this time. We will obviously need to review that depending on decisions that are made.
So I understood that correctly. It's $20,000 for the removal of the bronze component and the signage. That's the budget at the moment.
That is my understanding.
Thank you.
Alderman Baracus?
Just a question through you, Lord Mayor. The A and B list that are in these attached supporting information, the items are numbered. Are they numbered in order of priority, or is it just the A priority and the B priority?
No, they're just numbered to be able to distinguish them.
Okay,
They're not
so
numbered
there's only two priorities. There's the A and the B.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I have one final question I had noted. Thank you. With the Salamanca precinct upgrade, the footpath widening and paving, the $920,000, is that only the footpath work? It just seems quite like a substantial lot of money for footpath widening and paving.
Through you, Lord Mayor, that's for the completion of the works that are currently underway. So it is the wrapping up of the works that are now happening.
Right. Okay.
So I think, Director Allen, can you just describe why it is close to $1 million? How many metres of footpath is it, or is it?
It might be a question. Director of City Futures might jump in to start with.
Yeah,
Thank you.
through you, Lord Mayor, it does include paving, it includes wiring in new lights, includes stormwater work, and it includes a number of those items.
How big is the area of?
Well, it would be in the order of 200 square metres, thereabouts. Yeah, in the figure.
We can take that question on notice if you like.
I guess, my only comment there is, I know exactly, I've been watching it, I drive past it 5 times a week, but I was just wondering, because if it is only widening and paving, then that was like a really large amount. I guess that just prompts me to provide the feedback of when we get descriptions around works, if we can actually have like thorough descriptions, because there's no reference to the stormwater, electrics and things like that. So when it comes, I just thought for paving and widening it was a phenomenal amount, and I could see there was a lot more happening than that. So just a bit of feedback. Thank you.
Alderman Bloomfield?
I noticed that CCTV is found twice in priority A, but it's also found in section 17 on priority B. My understanding was that we are doing a lot of work all the way up Lease Street in North Hobart. That's all being installed. I'm hoping that'll be done before Christmas, but what's the piece that's actually in priority B? I just wanted to confirm, because all it says is CCTV, it's section 17.
Director Allen?
Through you, Lord Mayor, that relates to installing cameras into Centrepoint car park, so that is a different project from the one that Alderman Bloomfield's referring to.
Alderman Brachus.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, just another question. Item 45 on the B list says Clearys Gates Depot, amenities building, change room renewal and provision of female facilities. Just curious as to why that would be on the B list. Do we have appropriate female facilities at Clearys Gates, or because I would hope that if not, we would have this at a high priority.
Director Allen?
Through you, Lord Mayor, we have been able to identify a short-term arrangement that meets that need. We have an aspiration to obviously do the works more fully, which is why it's on the B list, but in an incredibly constrained funding environment, we've been able to find an appropriate workaround.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Councillor Posselt.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I just rise to my feet to just call out some highlights on this list, and also to thank the staff who have been involved in directly delivering these projects. Our outdoor workforce are tremendously valuable to the community. A lot of them have been around for a very long time. I think we awarded some 40-year medals of service or 40-year recognising 40 years of service to the council recently, and many of those people that stick around are indeed in our outdoor workforce. So I thank them sincerely for delivering many of these items. But from a mobility perspective, we have great upgrades, including variable speed signage on Newtown to keep everyone safe at the Newtown Retail Precinct. We are delivering the Argyle and Campbell Street bike lanes, which we approved in planning not too long ago. We've got some shoulder sealing to keep our drivers safe up on Hewen Road, and in concert with that, it's not just mobility; it's recreation. So, for all the mountain bikers out there, we've got new mountain bike trails coming. Just a little $300,000 spend on new mountain bike trails, which will only be about 3 new bikes for some of the guys that I ride with. I do commend the officers, and I really look forward to seeing these projects delivered. And I will note as well item 28, the Battery Point Walkway placeholder, which we all voted on recently. I look forward to seeing the completed feasibility study and commend the work of the Friends of Battery Point Walkway on their collegial approach to working through with that item. So thanks again to all the staff involved, and special thanks to the outdoor workforce, and I hope that we can deliver them some new facilities next year on our priority B list as part of our thanks to them.
Councillor Posselt. Alderman
Sorry,
Bloomfield.
just one more question. Just trying to find where the tram works were. Is it on A or B?
It's planning at this
That's
stage.
planning, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries.
Okay, no further discussion. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 16 is the city economy strategy. Someone like to move by Alderman Bloomfield, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Would anyone like to introduce this or speak to this for the...
Yep, I'd like to speak to it. It's certainly been a labour of love to work through, and I have been quite impressed with the process as well as the outcomes to see that so many elements of small business are being included in the process, as well as continuing to be included in the process, which is wonderful. So I would like simply to recommend this motion.
Thank you. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, I think this is very exciting for the city economy to have this strategy, and you can see the work that's gone in. It's been quite an in-depth study of various separate cities that were looked at, both in Australia but also from overseas. So, for instance, looking at that Antarctic tourism and transport link, Christchurch, New Zealand was looked at. They looked at Sydney, Australia for the nighttime 24-hour economy, which Councillor Kelly and Alderman Bloomfield went up to check out for themselves. So I think all of those things have really enriched what we have before us. We've got an economic development strategy, which one of the things that they were the consultants and this report looks at and is based on is place-based, and the economic development is responsive to local issues and opportunities. So it's not only reflective of those smaller businesses, but medium-sized businesses, but also how we pivot towards such things as being the Antarctic Gateway. So I think it's a really very strong strategy. But I also just point out on page 59, it looks at the sustainability considerations. So it's looking at the environmental and sustainability initiatives, including support to businesses to transform to a zero emissions economy, increased EV and micro-mobility uptake, new smart technology to reduce energy use, green canopy and spaces initiatives, and a climate leaders network and sustainability goals linked to the new investment. So thank you again to the staff and all of those people who participated, and there were almost 400 participants across 18 months. So very deeply engaged community, which is wonderful.
Further discussion? No further discussion. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 17 is a new community engagement framework and policy.
We've got
Moved by Councillor Sherlock, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Would someone like to speak to this framework and policy? Councillor Elliott?
I would. In terms of comments, I think we need to make sure that when we have a community engagement policy and framework, with obviously a lot of work gone into it, that we actually do apply it, not selectively. I mean, I asked the question again, going back to the doubling of rates for short stay and visitor accommodation, and the former CEO answered that there was no consultation, even though it directly impacted, very directly on the hip pocket, impacted on our ratepayers. Well, hundreds, if not probably hundreds, maybe thousands of them. So I think we need to make sure that we commit to not opting in and out of community consultation. The principles are there around every project that has the opportunity for engagement needs to have it built in, and we didn't do that. It didn't happen. There was no consultation on that, even though it affected people financially. I also note that the feedback from the community was around that consultation can appear tokenistic, and that there's low trust that there's actually the ability to influence council decisions, and that the decisions can be felt as being already made, and that consultation is a tick box. I did feel that as an outsider, and to be honest, being an insider, I actually feel that even more strongly, that sometimes consultation can just be going through the motions and the decision's pretty much already made. When it comes to the guiding principles, personally I would have liked to see it more stronger around the commitment that if something directly affects people, we will always ask. And we will always be open to listening, and that we will manage basically our confirmation bias and things like that. And we won't be looking for a preferred outcome. I'd also like to focus more on being more honest about the impact that people can have on the feedback, because we ask around the Your Say platform and things like that, but realistically people can only have a certain degree of impact, and where it is a true partnership approach. I think just in feedback, in terms of our communications to the public around we want your feedback on this, if we can be really clear around what capacity they have to actually influence, I think that would be a benefit, so that people actually know what's in it for them, because we ask for consultation on so many things. If people need to understand what's in it for me in terms of making sure that they understand that it's a genuine opportunity. And the other part I have noticed here is around consultation, is around delivering on our promises. So for example, we did the parklets were launched, I don't know, that must be maybe 2.5 years ago now, maybe, at least 2 years. And they were meant to be a 12-month trial, and I think we've got feedback on those, but we haven't. So to me it feels like a broken promise. We promised a 12-month thing, we went out for consultation and we haven't delivered on that. So that sort of promise breaking worries me. So yeah, overall, if we're going to have an engagement framework, let's make sure we follow it consistently, not selectively.
Further discussion, Deputy Lord Mayor?
Perhaps, given Councillor Elliott has been so strident in her positions on broken promises and so forth, perhaps through you to the CEO, acting CEO, we might have some sort of response in relation to this, because my understanding was that this is work in progress. We have received information back, and this is part of a new engagement strategy. So perhaps there could be some response from the Director or Acting CEO just in relation to some of those things that have been raised. Thank you.
I won't be drawn into the debate about what has happened in the past. All I can say is that this is a forward-looking document that seeks to improve our community engagement. It depends on what we're going to be really clear about is what type of engagement we are undertaking. We don't always commit to the community that we will seek their feedback if it's not appropriate to seek their feedback. If there is an element where we will give them information, then that is part of community engagement as well. So it's committing that we will commit to the promises we make in the future based on this framework, and we'll be very upfront with the community about what type of engagement we are doing at that time, and I won't be drawn into what's happened in the past. Thank you.
Further discussion, I think it's Alderman Bloomfield up first.
I would like to say that Councillor Elliott and I were very much on the outside when we tried very hard to negotiate with Council. Our only opportunity was to come here regularly and ask questions, and so we did that. And we did that because that was the only way we could get answers. That's the only way we could hope to get change, because we were quite passionate about that. And coming forwards, we have extraordinary differences. For instance, my understanding is that the way the directors now get to liaise with aldermen is quite new, and we have working relationships quite new. It has allowed us as elected members to reach into the institution itself and allow the institution to understand what we see is important, and we can help direct what we need to be done. That's an impact that I think we should all be quite pleased to see, because it means that we are actually more able to do a good job. But equally too, last term we saw the introduction of new round tables, and I believe Councillor Elliott, you attended one or two. I know I attended a couple, and there might have been a few other people here who also attended. And they were quite groundbreaking for Hobart City Council, is my understanding, but I felt even then quite limited in what I could achieve. So going further to this term, not only are more of those budgeted to attend, but in addition to that, we now have these committees where I have a group of individuals that come in who can liaise directly with me, and we talk about concept for city economy, and all the other people will be doing the same with all of their other portfolios. So we have so much new, unique change. Moreover, even with the Your Say, there was a commitment made at the beginning of our term that the Your Say marketing, or not marketing, sorry, it's the wrong word, isn't it? The questionnaires that were supplied were to be assessed more thoroughly on good standard practices to make sure that we were actually removing any additional perceived bias, because I also felt that that was a little bit pushed towards one element more than allowing a generic love it or hate it. And I believe that has started to evolve as well. So we have a unique and wonderful new going forwards with our community engagement. I think that we have something to be proud of here. Yes, it's going to take time to evolve and perfect, but I do honestly think that when I have people contact me, I can reach in through our concierge, and they'll help me get good answers, which are honest, accurate and direct, which is great. But better than that, on occasion, when there's a particular big issue, like I've had one in some areas of the CBD, I've actually found that the directors have actually sent staff out directly to go and engage straight away and deal with these issues face to face and give the people genuine consultation, to be heard, and then to work together and actually get answers and solutions. So that's real. That's actually what we're here to do, and I'm actually seeing it being done. Now, I get that it's not perfect. I would love to see other things being established that haven't yet occurred, but we have to take each step as it comes. You don't solve everything in a day. I would like to see more, but my goodness, I'm proud of what we've achieved.
Here, here. There you go.
Councillor
No,
Sherlock.
go on, please. No, I simply.
Councillor Sherlock, I'll make the call.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Yeah, look, I am really proud of this as well, and really do echo the sentiments that Alderman Bloomfield has just stated, and do not entirely agree with the slant that Councillor Elliott has put on this particular report that comes through. The officers have been very upfront about where they thought we as a council failed, and they put that out there on the table for us to see. And then they provided us with solutions to try and overcome the barriers to engagement, which starts at 5.5.5. So I think framing it in the negative light that Councillor Elliott has is really not that productive at all, because what this report essentially aims to do is to show us that, look, we understand what the community has said to us. We understand that there were issues in terms of community engagement, but hey, we're trying to do something to make it better. And this is how we're trying to make it better. Of course, and as Alderman Bloomfield just said, you know, it may not be perfect, but we're working towards something where we're making positive changes. And I think that's the framework in which we should actually view this document. It's a positive, and I commend the staff again for putting this forward, and thank you very much.
Councillor Harvey.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Over the years, there's been attempts to, and successfully, to upgrade our engagement strategy. And I've been at conferences and things where this has been talked about, and I recall Hobart being praised for the level of engagement that they've had in the past. And some capital cities have said, well, we got a handful of people respond to our engagement process. And it was really nice to hear that Hobart's responses have always been significantly higher than the national kind of averages. That's what I can recall from some of the engagements I've been part of with regard to this topic. But it's easy to be negative about engagement because it's not always perfect. You rely on people seeing the notice, reading the paper, looking at it on social media, being in the street when the surveys were taken. It's a really challenging process to engage with a maximum number of people. It takes considerable effort, and over the years I think Hobart's done a reasonable job with its engagement processes. But look, reading through this new engagement process, there's a lot of new ways of looking at it, new initiatives, additional commitments that we've made in this engagement process, and I'm really pleased about this. It makes for good reading, and I'm really confident and positive that we've nailed something here that's significant to improve our engagement process with the good folk of Hobart. So well done to the officers involved, the thorough process they've gone through to give us a engagement strategy that I think's first class.
Alderman Baracus.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'll start by saying that I'll be supporting this. I think it's a huge step forward in our consultation process. I will say it is interesting that in the past we've had debates around the quality of consultation in this council, and then the debate's been quite similar, where there's been certain elected members that have raised issues and other elected members that have defended council's process as being A-OK. And now we're hearing that, I know we're acknowledging that there were deficiencies in our previous consultation, but from now on it's all going to be A-OK. I'll just reflect on page 3 of 8 of the report, where it's got guiding principles. We recognise that our community has a right to be meaningfully engaged in decisions which affect them, and we commit to ensuring that community engagement influences the decisions we make. I think that's the most important part of this whole report. I think if we went out and took a straw poll of Hobartians as to what they thought of Council's consultation process, most people would, I think, charitably say that it could do with some improvement. There's been people who've shown me surveys where it's been effectively, and in fairness this has been under the previous council, but people have had showed me survey questions that are on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you like this proposal, how much do you love this proposal? You know, I wouldn't even, not to go back to talk about the war, but ask the Salamanca storeholders what they think of the consultation process that they went through. And just tonight, there's the Central Hobart Structure Plan. I asked a head of a peak body group what they thought of some of the inclusions on the structure plan, and they A, didn't know the item was up on the agenda, and B, had never seen some of the items in there that were suggested, and were quite shocked and taken aback. So we can definitely do better. I hope that this is a huge step forward. I hope that we do improve the way that we engage with our residents and our stakeholders, and ensure that we do have a two-way conversation when we're formulating our policies and our initiatives, so that when we do consultation, it isn't a tick box exercise, and it's a bit more than on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you love what we're doing? There's been many times we've done something and then had to change 3 months later, 6 months later, because of issues that were raised that weren't disseminated during our consultation process. It's happened numerous times. So we definitely can do better. I think we don't do anyone, including ourselves, any service by pretending like we're faultless. We do need to be mature enough to be able to critique where we are behind, where we can improve, and we definitely can improve on the way that we consult with our ratepayers, our residents and our stakeholders. So I'd be endorsing this and applauding this, and hope that this does signify a step forward in the way that we consult.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to make 2 points. Firstly, that we as a council have a statutory obligation under Section 22 of the Local Government Act to make sure that in regards to performance of our function, we consult, we involve, and be accountable to the community. We accept that. It's not something new. It's been there for a number of years. Point number 1. Point number 2 is this. We acknowledge that when we put into the process regarding methodology, etc., we may not always be perfect, and there are loopholes and there are weaknesses. Hence, this policy to make it better. It won't be perfect, but we will learn from it and we will improve it. It's an evolutionary process. Thank you.
Further discussion? I might just say very quickly that I just want to actually make a call out to local government generally, that I think local government does an incredible amount of work to engage with its community, and generally speaking across the board, nationally, local government is actually more respected and appreciated for its connection to being close to the community and taking an interest in what the community has to say about its about where they live. Now, just picking up on some of the comments that people have made, that doesn't mean that our community has got one view. That we just because one or 2 or 20 people say that we should do something, that we can agree with all of the people all of the time. That's just not possible. So yes, of course people will have different views. Of course there'll be a diversity of views in our community, and community engagement is one piece of the puzzle. We also have to look at other evidence and other data in terms of making the best decisions about the management of the city, including looking at benchmarking of other cities, including looking at basic data about costs and budgeting, and that's part of our job as elected members. So let's not suggest that we can literally please all of the people all of the time. We will certainly work to engage at a level that I think other levels of government, including in this state, could learn a lot from us in terms of being responsive and listening and having good processes. I think this document will certainly help us, but there are fundamental things there that it is one input, and we also need to look at our legislative responsibilities and budgetary issues and a whole range of constraints that sometimes mean that, you know, it isn't always possible to deliver everything that everybody wants. Thank you. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Now, I was thinking that we would basically do item 18 and then break for dinner. Is everyone happy for that? Okay, so item 18 is the Central Hobart Plan Finalisation Report.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
I rise to move this motion.
Second, Mayor.
Second by Councillor Harvey.
Lord Mayor, I'm so pleased that we've got this in front of us. This journey started for us in 2018-19 when we did the baseline analysis for what we needed for the Central Hobart plan. So this is the first cab off the rank for our structure plans or neighbourhood plans. We have the North Hobart Neighbourhood Plan open at the moment, and we're working in Sandy Bay and Mount Nelson and the northeast inner precinct as well. So that will all come under the body of the future Hobart when we're looking for planning over the next 20 to 30 years. So just for a bit of an outline, which is from the summary, what is the structure plan? The structure plan sets out a comprehensive approach to the management of Central Hobart for the next 20 years. It sets a vision for the way we want Central Hobart to function, look, develop and improve over that time, and it includes city shaping goals, strategies and actions for that the Council believes need to be taken to achieve that vision. Some of these actions will be undertaken directly by the Council, while others will require coordination with or action by other authorities, organisations and even individual businesses. So why is this needed? Central Hobart is undergoing pressure for change for a variety of reasons, and there are many physical and social issues that need to be addressed. These strategic drivers have been identified through numerous studies. And so this has been out for discussion and community engagement, and I think we've learnt a lot over that process, and I really want to thank Mr Noy's team, City Futures, who have worked really hard to look at what we need and what we require in this big strategic approach to the inner city. So we're looking at capacity to house more people, an additional 7,000 residents over the next 20 years. We want to nurture that strong interest in Hobart, and you might remember from the plans that we have these 5 precincts which we're looking at. But I must say that the feedback, which was really useful, and it's great to have such an engaged community, as you've said, Lord Mayor. But the key themes out of the discussion that came back was really about how we can improve things with built form, and so that was a discussion with key architect Lee Woolley, who's produced the Building Height Standard Review project. We've also looked at the officers have looked at the innovation precinct. So the precinct boundaries have been extended north from Warwick Street to Burnett Street, which better captures the opportunities of the large development opportunity sites between Argyle and Campbell Streets. It will provide further benefits when developing precinct specific controls to guide the precinct's evolution over the next 2 decades, and active travel. So travel with any planning is such an important thing, We have the infrastructure, but we need to put in more infrastructure to encourage that active travel in relation to the inner city.
Yeah.
So it's this will be adopted, and there will be that opportunity for more feedback and more community input when we make local provision schedules and changes as we go. So I really would like, really be pleased that the council does endorse this tonight. It's been a huge body of work. It's been a really good template for council officers to look at how we do this into the future, and I'm really proud of what we have before us.
Further discussion? Any further discussion? Oh,
Only briefly, just to endorse the plan. I'm very pleased with this. It's been a long journey. It's been changed over time. The parameters have altered slightly, but I'm really pleased to see it here tonight so that we can endorse this, and this will lead Hobart for the next 20, 30 years. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. The sustainability side of how we progress in Hobart really appeals to me, and it's absolutely essential. The way we develop our mobility plans across time is really essential, and the Deputy Lord Mayor, I think, summed it up very nicely. So thank you, Deputy, and I hopefully we'll have a unanimous decision here on this.
Further discussion? Alderman Barakis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wouldn't count on that, Councillor Harvey. There's a lot to love in this report, and I do mean that, but there are some elements that I'm not entirely comfortable with. One of them, unsurprisingly, would be the height limits, which is an issue that's been well ventilated in this council. But more for me is some of the rules around setbacks and buildings adjoining, and I'm just looking on page 252 of the attachments. And through you, Lord Mayor, this is suggesting if adjoining heritage is 2 stories or more, then one would not be able to build in excess of the height of an adjoining heritage building. Is that correct?
Mr. Noy, sorry, which page are you talking?
252, sorry, apologies.
Under built form and design.
It's under the heritage.
Of
The attachment, not of the, page 90 of the actual report itself.
90, yep. Mr. Noy, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, Lord Mayor, and that's not necessarily inconsistent with the current provisions.
So it's always been discretionary though, but is this saying that we would rule out building above the height of adjoining heritage buildings if they're above 1 story?
Yes, Lord Mayor. Look, that will be a matter for detailed drafting as part of the LPS amendments. There is a lot of work to be done in relation to that element, and so a position as to a discretionary beyond that would have to be made at that time.
Thank you. And just a follow-up question on...
Sorry, I think Acting CEO would
add sorry.
something too.
If I could just make a clarification, that particular part that you're referencing is relating to the street wall. So it's how the street wall interfaces with the street rather than the building height. So it's how the user will feel the height rather than the actual height of the building, which is what that heritage requirement is requiring in this.
So just as a follow-up to that, so the street wall could be up to the height of the existing heritage, but the setback could go up higher perfectly. Okay.
We'll perceive it on the street level.
And is this, and just a follow-up, and I just want to make sure I've got the right understanding on this. On page 95 of the report itself, where we talk about setbacks, is this talking about sorry, I want to try and get... Is this talking about opposing or restricting against buildings being built to the boundary at the street level, or is it only the setbacks that we're talking about not being built up adjoining, where it's got site and rear setbacks and the setbacks and building separation?
On the rivulet? Or
on the left-hand side.
I think it is.
Oh, sorry, 94. Apologies. Yeah, sorry, I'm looking at it on a double-sided. Yeah.
Would Mr. Noy like to
3.4.3 setbacks and building separation.
I don't think that's changed much either.
I'm still having some trouble understanding the question.
Is that talking about limiting building to the boundary at the street level, or is it only the setbacks that are limited to going to the boundary?
Well, it depends. There is a reference to laneway. So it's obviously you've got the laneway frontage, which is showing on that diagram, 3 metres, and then there would be an expectation, 3 levels, and beyond that there's an expectation of a 4.5 metre setback. And then the side, the diagram above that shows an example of a side building setback above street wall diagram. So yes, that is just the street wall, not necessarily the rest of the lot.
Okay, thank you.
With laneways in particular.
With the again, a laneway is a street, but so far as a laneway is concerned, there are additional limitations that are not consistent with a main thoroughfare.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, Lord Mayor, I won't go on and on. Like I said, there's a lot to love about this report, and it's a huge body of work, and I do commend the staff on what's been a long time coming and a number of years of work. There are just a number of elements, a small number of elements of this, specifically in the built form, that I'm uncomfortable with, particularly the height limits. It's an issue that's been ventilated to death over the last few years. I don't think that what's being proposed will allow the kind of growth that the city is going to need into the future, and I fundamentally don't think it's a good way to go about planning. I don't think that the votes are here and they're in this chamber to amend or take it out, so I'm just going to take those comments as read, Lord Mayor.
Any further discussion? Can I just ask a couple of questions, and potentially, I don't know whether, again, there'd be any interest in moving an amendment. I think, got to say, overarching comment is it's a great document. Lots of really exciting ideas, and if we can actually pull this work off, the city central part of Hobart will be, a beautifully designed, dynamic, lively, thriving, beautiful, and very interesting place to live, work and play, and so I think the blueprint is wonderful, and I really have no comments on the blueprint. I guess my concern is around that process around translation from a great piece of work to actually getting our hands dirty and really starting to drive this, because we do know that to actually get some of the land use change in some of the underutilised sites, which I think is now called the Innovation Precinct, will take us being very proactive, lots of discussions with landowners, potentially looking at incentives, potentially looking at public-private partnerships in terms of getting the infrastructure to help ensure that these places can be developed and changed into potentially places like medium density housing. So I think really keen to understand our next step. And in that sense, I was just wondering about item 2. It says an implementation be developed, and I was wondering whether what time frame the implementation plan is to be developed by, and whether council wanted to actually say that we'd like an implementation plan developed by, I don't know, end of this year, March next year. I'm not sure what's realistic, but also fundamentally one of our key tools in ensuring this actually starts really happening is to actually get those planning scheme amendments into place. And again, I was just a little concerned in 2.5.1 that it says here that the planning amendments will involve their own statutory process at a later date. And that concerns me, again, because I'm not getting a sense of, right, we've got, implementation plan's going to be done by March, and we're going to aim to have the planning scheme amendments done, but I know they take a bit of time, but by the end of 2024. So I'll take advice from the director, and I don't know whether anyone, based on the advice, might like to actually include some rough timelines in there as guidance from the council to the staff about the kind of things that we'd like to see, just to give you a signal how enthusiastic we are to see those implementation and planning scheme amendments. Director, so what are you thinking in terms of dates at the moment?
Well, look, I'd hope to think, well, I endeavour to have a implementation plan completed by March next year. In terms of having and we've got an indicative timelines already set out within section part 4 of the report, which identifies the 85 actions and talks about short, medium and long term for those actions. But I think what you're seeking is some a little bit more in meat around those sort of timeframes and what are expectations so far as officers are concerned around the work associated with those actions. So, yeah. So, coming back,
scheme amendments,
yes,
particularly,
yes,
What's your
and that's certainly front of mind for myself. But we have a fairly ambitious program for the team at the moment. We're working on 3. Apart from this, we're working on 3 neighbourhood plans. We have also the LPS going through the commission at the moment. So, but you know, I would like to think that we would have something back to council by the end of 24, end of next year.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. I understand the need to provide a timeframe. There's no question about that. But I do want to seek the advice of our officers and perhaps come back with that, because I don't want to wedge us into a timeframe that's not going to be delivered. So if we can say an indicative timeframe of an implementation plan for March and come back with advice if that's going to change, I'm happy to commit officers to that. But we'll need to seek proper advice to provide a reasonable timeframe.
Councillor Posselt?
Perhaps, Lord Mayor and CEO, the amendment would be as simple as point 2 reads, an implementation plan be developed by March 2024, etc.
That's fine. Yeah,
and then we can endorse that implementation plan and amend the implementation plan as we see fit / on council officer advice for the statutory components, which may have some statutory problems. I'm happy to move that. Yeah, I'm happy to move that amendment. That's fine.
Okay. So, is there any further discussion on that particular amendment? We can come back to the substantive.
Yeah, so I'll just speak against that amendment, Lord Mayor. I think I've just been at a portfolio committee meeting this afternoon, and we had slightly over an hour, but there were about 4 or 5 things that are on the go at the moment. If that's not clear from what Mr. Noy has said, and if it's not clear within this document, I'm very surprised. So I just feel that it's an unnecessary. I understand that you want to get it done and started and all of that sort of stuff, but I just think it's just an unnecessary burden on officers in relation to this.
And I agree with the Deputy as well. Putting unnecessary pressure on the officers to complete things within a short time frame, they may need an extra couple of months, but they see a deadline and we're just going to have to extend it anyway. But I would much rather have the officers set a time frame for us, and we've heard that March next year and possibly the end of 2024 for I'm not sure what the words were. What did you say by the end of 24?
Planning scheme amendments.
Yes, planning scheme amendments, Lord Mayor. That's correct.
So I'd rather the officers not be put under extreme pressure to deliver on deadlines that maybe they can't meet. So I'm more flexible than setting a definitive deadline.
I just speak for the amendment. The amendment is not putting unrealistic timeframes because the director advised us that March 2024 is the goal and is deliverable. If we had that advice and then said, no, we want it in December, that would be unreasonable. But I think it's perfectly fine for a document that has been 5 years in the making. And let's not forget that any of the rules, and this all came out of the height limits debate, any of the rules that are in this document are meaningless until the planning scheme amendments are done. So we do have to keep, and you know, on the pro-developments, you know, some people might say the height limits are anti-development, but I think it's more about certainty for the market. And again, planning scheme amendments are important. And I understand that we've got other projects, but this is for our CBD, and this is where the engine of development really is. And some of these other neighbourhood plans are, you know, important as well. But this project did start a long time ago, and we do need to provide that development certainty. And I think that's, you know, I don't think the amendment's unreasonable in terms of March 24 for implementation. Plan. It's not the actual implementation. Any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. Show of hands. All those in favour. And against? All right, so further discussion, so that's carried that amendment. So any discussion, any further discussion on the substantive motion?
I was just looking to see if it was going to help the situation where we want to encourage people to build above, or not build, live above shops. It's something that's been going on for over 20 years and we never seem to get it off the ground. It would have been a perfect opportunity, I would have thought, that we could have started to be more innovative there and start getting people living in a city. The other element that I wanted to mention is the fact that this is cementing UTAS in this area, which I think we need to be very clear about. It has had an impact in small business in the area, and it probably will continue to do so. I'll be questioning how much the area will be reliant on the functioning of UTAS going forwards as a result of that. They had significant number decrease in international students this year, and we saw it. And I suspect we may see other changes as we go forwards. Whether the numbers go up or down, it will certainly impact this area. So it's going to have to be resilient in new ways that we haven't actually planned for at this point. But I really would like to encourage thought around how do we get people to build above shops? What do we need to do? What are the blockages? I believe we do know what they are, but we simply are not yet addressing them well enough, and I really would encourage that we include something here to do that.
I might just see whether Mr Noy wants to provide a response as to whether the document does tackle that issue at all.
Yes, Lord Mayor. Well, in terms of shop top redevelopment, we have looked at that issue on several occasions over a number of decades, and the sticking point, time and time again, is the legitimate building and safety regulations that apply of separating a commercial business from residential land use. Those requirements require upgrading of fire separation, fire suppression systems and the like, which makes it extremely difficult or cost prohibitive for developers to see that achieved. So we have looked at it on a number of occasions, and those provisions are in place for the right reasons, but come at a cost, unfortunately.
Further discussion? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to pick up some remarks. Firstly, obviously, we've spoken about this Central Hobart Precincts Plan at great length over the years, and many people have put in good work. So, again, thank you to the team. I just want to pick up on the UTAS commentary. The innovation precinct, which is where UTAS is planning to move and where they own property and is currently developing a number of buildings and currently owns a number of buildings, is indeed something that is occurring. The university has purchased land and they are building, and they are entitled to build. And it would be remiss of any council to remove themselves from the planning process with such a significant tenant. This is the definition of an anchor tenant for a CBD. When a tertiary institution says, you know what, we're going to come in and we want to be in your city. Now, if we wash our hands as a council of that and say, well, you know, we want no part in this, ratepayers are divided as to whether or not they want that, that won't change the university's mind. They're still coming in. All it will do is produce a worse result. Now, we've recently been some councillors attended the opening of the River's Edge building in Launceston, which is unquestionably a magnificent building. It is sustainable, it is beautiful, and it is fit for purpose. And I'm not sure that I can apply many of those words to the Sandy Bay campus as it currently stands. And I would point out some data that was brought to us recently, which has shown that the very, very promising trend of the last few years that we were retaining our young people in Tasmania is no more. Once again, our young people are leaving in droves, and having a vibrant city filled with youth, filled with the needs of young people through the university and the change that brings. We've seen venues like Grinners emerge as a result of the Midtown Parklets and as a result of the changing population. A venue which is keyed towards the needs of that demographic. Now, if we encourage vibrancy in our city through encouraging the university to continue their move, through working with the university, as this plan does do, to provide a great space, a great urban space for the youth in which they can congregate, enjoy the sun, enjoy the company of their other students in between their classes, then that is a good thing. And it may well go to some ways to, again, going back to that really promising trend we had between 2018 and 2022, where our young people decided they wanted to stay here. Because I want young people. We've seen our median age drop from 39 to 37 over that time frame, and I'm concerned that the next time we do that survey, our median age will once again be 39. And these people are economic contributors. Yes, the business model evolves, it changes to meet the needs of society, and that's what this plan facilitates with the university and the innovation precinct. But we need to be mindful that if you don't manage change, change will be upon you and it will swamp you. The university's moving, let's get behind it, let's go with all of the elements that are listed in the innovation precinct in this plan to ensure that it's a success for our city, and to ensure that we have a vibrant, youthful city and a state where that appeals to young people and where young people want to stay.
Any further discussion? Councillor Posselt? Oh, sorry.
Look, I'd just rise to respond to a couple of those comments. One could just as easily say that the behaviour of the university has contributed to more young people leaving the state. And I suspect that's closer to the truth, in my opinion, than the theory postulated by my colleague. Look, I will be supporting this. I am aware that the university is in the city and is, a tenant, and that we must treat them fairly. But I would just like to ask, Lord Mayor, through you, are we as a council actually encouraging the university to abandon the Sandy Bay campus and move into the CBD? I would just ask that, just based on some comments from my colleague.
That's a fairly broad question for the acting CEO to answer. It's probably more of a political question in a way.
I'm very happy to give it a go.
Okay.
So the process that we're going through for the Sandy Bay Mount Nelson Neighbourhood Plan considers the university campus as well as the future of Sandy Bay, and it will provide a long-term vision with stakeholders in the same way that this CBD plan does. There are no actions that the council undertakes to encourage the university to abandon anything, Councillor Lohberger. It's their decision as to what they do. We receive planning applications and we make decisions on those as a planning authority, as you know. We want a well-planned city. We attempt to do that in consultation with our stakeholders, and that's why we're undertaking the structure plan process that we are. I will add that the officers that have worked on this project for the past 5 years are looking beyond just the university moving into the cities. It's about the long-term future of our CBD and the way our residents and visitors will enjoy it moving forward. So I'd like to just, not make this about one component.
Thank you for that answer, Acting CEO. Lord Mayor, as I said, I will be supporting this. And I must say, I look forward to the Mount Nelson and Sandy Bay plan coming forward as well. I understand there's a lot of work being done on that right now with stakeholders. And just like this particular plan, I look forward to that plan coming forward. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott? Just
Briefly, I just wanted to check that it was in the discussion paper, I think, for the Central Hobart plan, where it said that the council would support and facilitate the UTAS relocation. I just wanted to confirm there's no references to that sort of statement in this final plan now? That's been taken out?
I don't know about the specific language, but I don't think the language like that exists.
Not that I can recall.
It was in the discussion paper. I just want to make sure it isn't in this.
Not that I can recall, but we do acknowledge that university is a major property owner and will redevelop, so we need to plan for that.
Okay, any further discussion? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. Show of hands. All those in favour.
I think you've got Councillor Dutta as well. A bit slow off the mark today.
And against? Okay, so that's passed. Now I'd like to adjourn the meeting for a 20 minute
Make it 20.
20-minute meal break.
I'd like to choose.
Returning no later than 10 to 8. Thank you.
Do we need a motion for that, Lord Mayor?
I'm pretty sure we don't. Do we need a motion?
I'll pull out the regs, but I believe you may do.
I move that for...
Move the adjournment. I'm pretty sure I can just adjourn it. Seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. And just note that
Oh my God.
Councillor Sherlock and Alderman Zuko are no longer with us today. So moving on now to item 19, personal mobility device fee structure. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Is there any discussion on these recommendations? There being none, there is one. Alderman Bloomfield.
I have quite a lot of concern about the price, to be honest. Well, okay, let's ask a question. How much does an ordinary car park in the CBD make the council on average? My understanding was it's around about 20,000 per annum. Am I about right?
An on-street car park?
Yes.
Yep. Director Allen?
Through you, Lord Mayor, I don't have that information available with me this evening. It does vary on the location of the car park and the utilisation, but we would have to take that detail on notice.
Okay, because my understanding was that a car park in its own right is worth a fair bit of money. And my understanding that we're looking at a price here of 50 cents per day per scooter per annum, and that would make around about maybe 100. It'll cover the costs. I understand that we don't have the right to ask to make a profit for the council on this. So I feel we are very much, unfortunately, short-selling our city for an opportunity that could do so much more. I also feel that the one thing that personal mobility devices have done, scooters, have done for our city, with the introduction of U on and Beam, it has introduced people to the concept of it. And I don't think I've ever seen so many private use scooters around as I do today. I've even bought one myself. And I would think that perhaps 50 cents per day per scooter per annum is probably not the best way we could utilise our footpaths and our streets. And unless this was reworked to be a better bargain for our council as a whole, I would have difficulty supporting it.
Further discussion, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, a question through you to the acting CEO, just in relation to that suggested fee set at 50 cents. Is there a reason for that, for this permit arrangement?
I'll defer to the Director of the Connected City for the specific detail around the permit requirements. Thank you.
Director Allen.
Thank you. Through you, Lord Mayor. So we've looked at a range of factors in setting this fee. And so, for example, we looked at the value of trips per day per scooter in setting the fee to come up with something that is, fair to the operators as well as covering our costs. So, for example, the average trips per day for a scooter in Melbourne is over 5, but we anticipate, I think we're looking at about 1 to 2 per day for the scooters in Hobart. I guess there's a range of other factors that we've taken into account, and in arriving at this recommendation to Council, we've had a look at a number of other local government areas. We've sought advice from a micromobility consultant. But I guess some of the factors that we've also taken into account relate to the ability of the operators to comply with the compliance regime that we've put in place, which is significant. We're also considering, we want to go out to market with a reasonable offer for operators. One of the factors we need to take into account is we want their most current scooter product on our roads with the highest safety standard. And we run a risk that if we set the fee too high, then we will not get that. We've also looked at factors like costs to users, local job security, so the ability of the operators to be able to engage a workforce, and I guess provide the core fixed costs that they would need to do regardless of the size of their fleet. So I appreciate all the concerns, but I guess weighing up all the factors and taking the advice from our consultant and benchmarking ourselves against other places, this is the recommendation that we've put forward that we believe will allow us to achieve all our objectives.
Thank you. Just one other question. This is for a 12-month period, which could be reviewed after that 12-month period, as I understand it from the workshop that I attended with others.
That is correct. And we're also asking council to delegate to the City to adjust the fee.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Look, I move this because I strongly support it, and I think having potentially over $100,000 per annum as a permit fee is a reasonable sort of situation in relation to this. I mean, could we milk it for more? I don't know. I think this is the first of 12 months, and I think if we can get some of those undertakings by the successful operator, who, you know, now that we go out to market with this kind of arrangement, then we make that decision and we make it as useful for our community and for those goals that we're setting, both on introducing people, as Alderman Bloomfield has said, to the joys of personal mobility devices, and also to get that balance right. So I wholeheartedly support this. I think it is a trial that we undertook. We've seen the benefits to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and to increasing and improving that mobility and micro-mobility. So, yes, I'd like to see this passed tonight.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to make two very simple points. For me, point number one, the question is, are we short selling ourselves by 50 cents per day? And my answer to that is that we, in the workshop, and with those who were there, asked the same question. And that's the whole objective of a workshop, that we ask questions, we go through this process, and I was quite satisfied the answer that was given and the rationale behind that. Not only that, the report itself makes it very clear and gives us the rationale as to why we are pitching at 50 cents a day. So I would accept that recommendation, and I think that it's valid and it's got good rationale and validity. Point number two, we also discussed in the workshop, and this is the beauty of having workshops. It's discussed, it's debated, and we ask questions, and we come here, we simply make the decision because we have all the information. The question secondly was with regards to permit and a license. And there again, I was quite convinced, even though I haven't seen the legal opinion with regards to why we should go down the permit, but reading the report and the rationale behind that, it's only going to be 12 months, and it will give us the time, and then we can evaluate. So therefore, I will support this. Thank you so much.
Alderman Barakis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I was talking about how much can we squeeze out of this and what's an appropriate amount to charge. I think we do need to, as the Deputy Lord Mayor and Councillor Dutta have said, we do need to balance that against what impact that will have and the supply and demand of what those cost changes will have on the use of those scooters. I think we do want to continue encouraging people to use these scooters responsibly. We don't want to do anything that'll throw that cost equation out completely and make it something that's unfeasible for people to use on a regular basis. Councillor Basalda and I were just talking out of the chamber about EVs, and we are rightfully moving into a space with more EVs and micro-mobility, and it's something that we should encourage so long as it's progressing in a way that our infrastructure and grid can sustain. And we do need to ensure that we have a sustainable framework to ensure that these uses, whether it's scooters or EV cars or what have you, are paying their way back into the infrastructure and the costs for council or governments to maintain that infrastructure. With less people driving combustion cars and more people driving EVs, we'll be collecting less through things like fuel tax. So this is a conversation we'll be having in a number of different avenues, not just us but other levels of government. And I think we just do need to ensure that we have a framework that is raising the money that we need to pay for the infrastructure we're providing through this and the cost to council that this program is putting on us, but at the same time isn't putting too much of a burden on a mode of transport that makes life easier for so many people, and making it too expensive would reduce that.
Further discussion? Director Allen, can I ask, because I think I missed what you said right early on when you gave that information about the amount that the average scooter in Hobart is making per day compared to Melbourne, was it?
Lord Mayor, that was trips per day per scooter. So the average scooter in Melbourne is undertaking 5 trips per day, but in Hobart we're seeing numbers of between 1 and 2.
Right. Do we know the average revenue from from an average Hobart scooter in the last year? Because I think there's a benchmark here that it says permit fees should be set between 4 to 8% of the operator's revenue. So like 50 cents suggests that each scooter's getting under $5 a day, which seems very low for 1 to 2 trips.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I was just seeking some further advice. Look, I can't give you dollar figures in relation to the scooters, but what I can say is that our consultant has recommended that we should be looking at between 4 and 8% of total revenue, and we've pitched ourselves sort of what we believe will represent somewhere in the middle of that range. But it's a difficult calculation to put forward, and it is going to depend on ultimately the arrangement that we come to with the successful scooter provider.
Okay. There was one other question. No, I think that's... Oh, sorry, one other question is just around... I'm happy to do the delegation, agree to the delegation under 2, but I wouldn't want to delegate and then see the CEO agreeing to something less than 50 cents, like come back and say, oh, you know, and we didn't know about it, it's gone down to 25 cents a day or something. Like, can we put in there that the council delegate to the CEO the power to impose limit and remit a fee not less than 50 cents going forward unless it comes back to council or something? Or...
The reason I'm thinking about this is the intent of that provision is to allow us to have the opportunity to incentivise the scooter operators to, I guess, place scooters in locations that we want them to at particular times. So the intent of the provision is that the CEO might authorise a discount in a fee or indeed an increase in a fee, depending on how we want to drive that behaviour. So, I mean, I guess it's possible that we could rephrase that to limit it to a certain period of time, but as I said, the intent is very much to allow us to be responsive to the market and to drive the behaviour that we're looking for.
Yeah, and that's, I guess it's just, sorry, I'll speak now. Just in terms of governance, I just wonder whether that's, whether we just might need some transparency around that, because in theory, we set this for 12 months, and then from that point forward, you know, people might say to us, you know, well, what's the fee, what's the council getting back, and we don't have that kind of... so I guess, how do we ensure that the CEO, I guess, doesn't do a complete departure from the fee we're setting here after 12 months and drop it to 10 cents a day? Or I'm not saying that will happen, but I guess governance-wise, how do we ensure that?
I guess in response to that, I can only say that we've set the permit fee on a cost recovery basis. So without wanting to put thoughts into the head of a future CEO, if they were to discount too radically, they'd basically be creating a problem for themselves, because we need to cover our costs in relation to this program so that we don't have impacts elsewhere in the budget. I guess that's the logic that we've applied. I understand the concern, and perhaps there is a way in which we can report to the chamber if the CEO does make that decision, or there is a way in which that can be done transparently, and we talk about the reasons that that's been done and the time period. But I guess it is in our best interests to recover as much as we can from this operation to cover our costs.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. Potentially there could be sort of an amendment, slight amendment that says that, you know, the council's informed if the fee goes below this amount or something. I don't know. Councillor Kelly.
Could we not, Lord Mayor, have it report back to us in a year's time for us to review? Is it possibly a good way of reviewing that?
Maybe ask the Director that question.
Director?
Through you, Lord Mayor, my understanding is that this would need to be brought back as part of the budget process when we put through our annual fees and charges. So this fee would be one of them. We could certainly undertake to provide a report to Council at that time that talks about what we've recovered and what our costs have been.
Thank you. Look, I'm not a big fan of the scooters. I'll state that here now. I think we'd be look like a bit of a laughing stock if we as a capital city didn't have this facility. So we're caught here between a rock and a hard place a bit. I'm comfortable that if we do have the ability to look at the one-year review. $109,000 for what we're providing, the spaces, everything else, the council interaction, the time that comes before our executive in this chamber here, to me that seems extremely cheap. However, that everyone's got to make money out of this. I'm comfortable to let this go for 1 year and get a really good report. You talk about average trips per day. I mean, that I'm not sure how they work that out. I mean, if you've got a heap of scooters there and you divide that by the amount of scooters, I mean, that figure can be skewed a bit. So, not that I want to drill down too far now on that. One other last question though. Is the current model scooter part of this 1 year deal, through you, Lord Mayor, to the Director? Will they providing for this next year the updated version of the latest model of scooter?
Through you, Lord Mayor, within the permit conditions, we are requesting the latest model scooter provision, and we're quite specific about a range of safety features on that too.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I just have another question. Today, via email, the TCCI actually released an advertisement by Beam wanting business-to-business interest for their scooters. So I'm just kind of curious, if we end up approving, say, Neuron, we're going to have Neuron and Beam anyway, from the looks of things, because it looks like there's another deal going on behind the scenes anyway. So I'm just kind of curious how all that's going to play out, because I thought we were having one operator, but it appears to me we've got another operator quietly doing something separate as well.
Director Allen, did you want to address that?
Through you, Lord Mayor, there will only be one operator. We're only offering one permit.
All right. Any further discussion? I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Is that a no? Oh.
Yeah, it's me.
All those in favour say aye. Oh, sorry, raise your hand. And against? Okey-doke. Moving on to item 20, Hobart Community Awards Review. Would someone like to move this? Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Would anyone like to speak to this? Alderman Barakis?
There's a couple of, in this report, there's a few mentions about better utilising the resources for the volunteer recognition and similar programs. and that the benefit that we get is not worth the resourcing. It doesn't, unless I've skipped past it. Do we have a cost of putting this program on? An actual monetary cost?
Director Allen, would you like to take that question?
Apologies if I've missed it.
Through you, Lord Mayor, we're forecasting a saving of approximately $4,500, and that's in redirecting staff time that is quite extensive in awards and running with the volunteer recognition ceremony.
Thank you, and thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, appreciating the value of the community volunteer program and International Volunteer Day and those related programs, recognising the notable people in our community who have contributed to our city or to through whether it's humanitarian or volunteer or other work, I think is an important civic. It's an important part of our civic involvement, and I think when we're talking about a cost of $4,500, you know, appreciate all the talks in the report about Australia Day, and that's not necessarily a conversation to get into today. I don't see why this isn't something that is beneficial to the spirit of civic involvement and civic engagement at a pretty low cost to be held at any citizenship ceremony or any other sort of ceremony that we can choose to have it, rather than do its own event at a greater cost. I do think it's a small price to pay for something that I think is important to point out, recognise and honour people in our community that do give back or do contribute to our city life in notable ways. So I wouldn't be supporting this, Lord Mayor. I just think that you know, whilst we might have a reduction in the number of nominations, I think that's maybe something for us to encourage people to put forward people and nominees that are important members of our community and deserve that recognition and honour. And I say that not wanting to reflect on the importance of recognising volunteers generally. I think that's important too. I just don't think these need to be mutually exclusive. We're talking about ultimately a pretty low cost in the scheme of all the other things that we do on council. So I wouldn't be supporting this just on the basic principle of the Lord Mayor.
Councillor Harvey.
Lord Mayor, through you, everything comes to an end, and this has run its course, I think, these awards. We had 2 nominations for 3 categories. In the past, we've tried to recruit nominations from other awards and things, and it hasn't been successful. So it's not really performing the function that it once upon a time might have been when we did have a number of nominations and we needed to choose the best candidates to accept the awards. But now we don't. We're just not getting nominations. Whereas the volunteer program is something that's been quite successful for many years, and I'd much rather focus on that because there's a lot of people involved in volunteering versus no one, well, only 2 people have been nominated for these awards in 3 categories. So I think it's run its course, and I'm happy to support the recommendation to switch it over, that the council resolve to cease delivery of the Hobart Community Award program and reallocate resources towards an expanded community volunteer recognition program to be delivered to celebrate International Volunteer Day and recognise City of Hobart volunteers. That's a really good program. We have a lot of volunteers. It's a good program. So I'd much rather support that than search aimlessly for nominations for our Citizenship Award.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'll just rise to support some of the comments of my colleague, Mr Harvey there. I think this is a case where we can compare... We need to... Sorry, Councillor. Sorry, Councillor. We just need to compare what's actually happening here. Not the glory days when we did get a lot of nominations, but now when we're only getting 2 nominations for 3 awards, and it's clearly not working. On the flip side, I think it's a good thing to do more to recognise volunteers. I do think, unfortunately, the honour system in Australia has sort of been taken over a little bit by long-term public servants and politicians, and that we just don't get enough volunteers recognised as a group in that particular set of awards, which I would have thought was the logical place for them. So there is a bit of a gap there. There are more and more people volunteering in this city, not just for this council. And so look, I would support this change, given that the alternative is actually nothing. There is nothing really to support there, which is very unfortunate. But yes, I would like to support this, and I commend it to my colleagues.
Can I ask a question just around whether within the community volunteer recognition program, whether you might have, like in the Bush Care, once a year Bush Care event, there's a Golden Secateurs winner, so that sort of, you know, it really does acknowledge someone who's just gone above and beyond. Like, does everyone just get a certificate, or will you also, as part of this volunteer program, maybe offer some, you know, stars of the year to kind of celebrate that kind of best, those real champions?
Yes, Lord Mayor, that's absolutely the plan. We haven't fully formed yet, but we are thinking of sort of Volunteer of the Year type awards that can be presented at that ceremony. So there would be an awards program associated with that.
So just to clarify, so everyone gets their certificate and they get to participate, but then there'll be the standouts as well.
Correct.
All right, any further discussion? Councillor Dutta?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to make one point in addition to the points already been mentioned with regards to nomination, etc. The point that I refer to is 2.3.1. While the cost is 4,500, it's also stated very clearly that if the council was to support the continuation of the Hobart Community Awards, there would need to be increased funding to be undertaken. And therefore, to amalgamate this into a volunteer program would be the way to go, and I would support this recommendation. Thank you.
Further discussion? Okay, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour? And against? So that's carried. Now we'll move on to item 21, a response to petition Mount Nelson pedestrian infrastructure, moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Alderman Barakis. Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As the mover of this motion and also the instigator of this petition, I feel it's appropriate that I rise to speak to it. I was recently invited to attend a road safety community event that was organised by the Mount Nelson Community Association alongside Carol Brown, Andrew Wilkie and Scott Tilliard. And this road safety presentation attracted somewhere in the order of 80 to 100 residents that were keen and interested. It was actually standing room only in the end. And part of this recommendation and the documents provided to us today include a fairly comprehensive list of recommendations that have been put together by the community and the Mount Nelson School Association. Now, I think this is just a really wonderful piece of the community coming together, recognising that there is a gap in the service provision of any level of government, in this case mostly at the level of local government, and coming up with actual solutions to help us do our job better. Because the people who know their area best are the people who live there. Everyone knows the curbs and the streets around their area. Everyone knows that intersection that's really close to them that's a bit problematic, or that footpath that's just a bit crappy. We all know those areas, but here we're just 12 people that know the city fairly well. And so it's really important to listen to the community when they put these ideas forward. And so, recognising that we have a petition here, and this is a great response to a petition, and the recommendation that we undertake some planning by developing a walking and cycling plan for Mount Nelson in the form of a school access travel plan or a local area mobility plan, and that we allocate $75,000 to that process in the next year's operational budget is a really great outcome. And we know that Mount Nelson does have some unique problems when it comes to particularly pedestrian infrastructure. The roads were never designed for the width that we need for footpaths. There's some challenging topography, but also the very feel of Mount Nelson. People live there for a reason. It's bushy, it doesn't have sealed edges, it feels like you're in a country town or in a rural road. But that also leads to some of the pedestrian safety issues that we have and that the residents are reporting up there. So I really commend the organisation's response to the community. This is, I think, a gold standard for what we should be doing when communities reach out to us and they say, you know, we want improvement, but not only do we want improvement, we'll tell you exactly the sorts of things that we want to see in our area to make our community better. So thank you to the council officers, and a really, really big thank you to the Mount Nelson community for coming together and organising in the way they have. And if any other communities out there want to model their behaviour for their outcomes, I would suggest they have a chat to the Mount Nelson Community Association about how they've gone about it, because it is truly above and beyond.
Further discussion, Alderman Bloomfield.
I can remember door knocking that entire area when I ran, and I very much understand why there was a petition, because I can remember whilst I walked along the top of Linda Grove going to each of the houses, there was no footpath, there was mud, and there was a gentleman with his brand new baby in a pram. And in order to go around the parked cars, he had to actually take the pram onto the road and then back onto the mud to continue taking his baby for a walk. And it really highlighted for me just how profound the issues are up in that area. So I do love that we are striking forwards and the community is now actually really getting into having a say, which is the whole point of why we're here. But I also would like to point out that we are in the process of doing the structure plan on this area as well. And I do wonder if the two would dovetail, because if we supply money and a plan for this, we're actually going to be doing money and a plan for the other one as well. And I would like to think that perhaps we can put the load together and find something that there is for everyone. But my goodness, I will be upset myself personally if we can't ensure good ability for someone with his baby in a pram to go along to Linda Grove.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I lived in Mount Nelson for 20 years from when I was quite young. It was a family home. And from the fire station at the beginning of Mount Nelson through to the signal station, you have sections of footpath where you have to stop and start walking through the bush. You have sections where you're right up against the road and cars fly past and you feel yourself trying to like move out of the way so you don't get the feeling of getting run over. There's sections where you have to, as has been said, walk around parked cars, trip over roots, pulling up what we would classify as footpaths. As you get further past the park, there's sections where there just isn't a footpath and you're either walking on somebody's lawn or you're walking in the gutter or you're walking on the road hoping that you'll see a car coming flying around the corner. That's something that I got used to and many other people got used to living in Mount Nelson, and I suppose to some extent it's part of the charm, as has been said, of it. But if you're pushing a pram or you're a kid running to the park or family trying to corral multiple children, it can be really unsafe, and it's an area that's otherwise a really lovely place to walk around and to get around on foot, and I think it's definitely far past due that some work goes into the infrastructure there. I don't think it's changed since me living there in the 90s as a kid. I think it looks, I go up there every now and then and it looks exactly the same, and I think, you know, we talk about some footpaths in the city and in different suburbs as being deficient for pedestrian access that are centuries ahead of some of the stuff you see in Mount Nelson. So I think I'd commend this motion and the petition. Yeah, I think it would be really good if we can get some improvements in that area.
Any further discussion? I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 22 is the response to a notice of motion, talent acquisition policy. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by, need a seconder for this, Councillor Dutta. Any discussion? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a quick question, if I may, through you to the CEO. I recently was made aware that we're doing pre-employment physical screening on all employees, including desk workers. And I just note in the document that we're discussing that there is candidate assessment, selection procedure and pre-employment checks. Are we going to continue doing physical assessments for desk workers? And do we know a cost burden, which I assume we bear rather than the job applicant, for conducting those assessments?
Councillor Posselt, I understand you've been given this advice prior to asking that question in the chamber, and the answer is yes, we will continue to provide those pre-employment checks because they are an important mechanism to manage the risk of our work health and safety and to advise us of any issues that we might need to work with the potential applicant to ensure that we're providing them with a safe work environment. I don't have the cost at the top of my mind, but we can certainly provide that to you if you haven't already been provided with that. But yes, it's a recommended practice that our WHS consultants have recommended we stick with, and we will continue to do that. But yeah, that could be the subject of a separate report, not part of our talent acquisition policy as such. This sets to achieve a different outcome.
Thank you. It was just with regards to 4.3.11 pre-employment checks, which I assume includes physical assessments.
Yes, that includes the pre-employment checks.
So just confirming it is relevant to what we're discussing tonight.
Yeah, but what I'm suggesting is it could be a separate report, not just the talent acquisition policy.
Sure, thank you.
Councillor Dutta.
I just have a question through you to the acting CEO. In the policy, there is a last statement which says variation of policy or procedures. The Chief Executive Officer reserves the right to review, vary or revoke this policy and or associated procedures at any time. Am I interpreting correctly that the ultimate responsibility to amend this, as it were, lies with the CEO?
Not the policy as such, Councillor Dutta. A council policy would have to be brought back to the chamber to be amended, but the procedure, the operational procedure that's attached to it would be amended by the CEO, but not this policy that's being endorsed by the council.
Just again a clarification. So it says variation of policy or procedures. It's not just stating one of procedures. So I just need a clarification, that's all.
Yeah, we can make sure that we're very clear that this policy wouldn't be amended by the CEO, but this policy would be amended by the council.
My concern was with the word policy there as well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So we can amend that. We'll make a note to amend that.
So, so that would be noted as
Thank
an
you.
amendment. Yep. Sorry, Alderman Barakas.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a couple of questions through you. The attached policy is dated the 12th of September. I'm just reading the talent acquisition policy. Date adopted 6th of September. The motion does say, the motion that was approved on the 28th of August does say the council require the talent acquisition policy to be updated and returned to council. What, I know normally when we say there's policies, there's a markup of what the changes are. What changes have been made in the policy?
Director Reynolds.
Thank you, through you, Lord Mayor. There's been a complete rewrite of the policies. So our policies and procedure document was originally a 24-page document. It had a lot of detail in there about some of the administrative procedures. For simplicity's sake, in identifying what the core policy is, we've extracted that and developed it as an independent standalone policy, which is consistent with what other councils who do publish theirs also produce. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'm pleased to see it split so that we've got the policy and the procedure separately, and to now have confirmation that the council does set the policy on this issue, given it's related to the treatment of the workforce. I've got a question, please. In the new policy, it refers to where, in instances where a direct selection is warranted, a business case would be prepared outlining the reasons. I was just wondering who's got delegation to approve, or who that business case goes to.
Do you want to answer that, Director?
Thank you. Through you, Lord Mayor. Ultimately, the General Manager, CEO, is responsible for all employment within the council, so that would be a delegation to the CEO.
They wouldn't delegate that down, so the business case for a direct appointment would be approved by the CEO? Yes. Thank you. Okay. To be honest, when I first put the motion forward last month, the main gist of it was around concerns around the volume and the broad usage of direct appointments. And looking at the previous policy, I actually think that we've gone backwards, because the motion talked about asking the policy to be updated to strengthen the parameters around direct appointments. And in the past policy, it said direct appointments are not usual but may be made where considered appropriate. Such appointments would usually be made in the case of casual and short-term temporary roles, which is understandable. But now we've gone to a broader position where the policy enables director selections into vacancies where there is a rationale as to why this is the appropriate course. So, you know, the indication that it's only for casual and short term has been removed. And then it talks about a business case and making sure it doesn't breach legislation, which is obvious. But I just don't feel that what we've got here is actually, it hasn't strengthened up the parameters around direct appointments for me at all, nowhere near close enough. I would have thought that direct appointments would remain for short-term roles where there's an operational need to fill something quickly, or on a short-term basis while open competitive recruitment process is being undertaken. So, yeah, personally I'm not comfortable that the direct appointments principles have been firmed up enough. I think it's still too open to risk and for being overused, and so that's a bit disappointing to see. And I think it conflicts as well. Like, I'm looking under merit here, where it has the city will conduct all talent acquisition activities based on best practice, which is underpinned by merit. I mean, best practice is also having competitive processes and testing the market thoroughly. So unfortunately, I am not comfortable with the policy. I don't think it actually responds to the motion. I asked and it passed in the council just that the parameters around direct appointments be strengthened up, and this, what's before us, isn't doing that. It's actually taking us backwards and making it broader. Thank you.
Further discussion, Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, because we've established that the commentary around pre-employment screening is a valid part of the conversation, given it's listed as an item on this motion, it opens up my ability to talk about these pre-employment screening checks for office workers. Now, the CEO pointed out that I'd been provided with a response, and I'd like to read that response so that it's on the public record. For the benefits of pre-employment medical assessments for prospective candidates. So these include, according to the rationale I've been sent, 1, obtaining a baseline on the candidate's health before they commence employment. 2, screening potential employees for risk factors that may inhibit their ability to perform the inherent requirements of the role. 3, protecting the candidate from working in a potentially harmful environment. 4, identifying whether placing the candidate in the proposed role poses a material risk of aggravating a health condition and compromising the candidate's health and safety and the safety of others. 5, being able to comply with industry standards or legislation, such as for a commercial driver's licence. 6 candidates are made aware of unknown medical conditions that would have ordinarily gone unnoticed, such as cancers. 7, drug and alcohol testing assists in identifying those candidates who may have issues committing to the city's policies and culture, as well as potentially identifying underlying addiction and associated health and wellness issues. 8, risk of exposure to workers' compensation claims. Now, the reason for reading these out is that as a healthcare practitioner, I have some serious objections to the ethical underpinnings which are being used as rationale to continue this practice. Incidental findings in medical screening are not rationale for anything. In fact, they present an inherent risk to the individual, and it's not their choice to do it. So you find a tumour when you do some pre-employment screening, a tumour that wasn't bothering them at all. And then they go for testing and the neurosurgeons go, well, you've got a tumour, so we should probably take that out. And then they have a complication on the table. And the whole time, this tumour was not affecting them and was not going to affect them. And now they're severely disabled in a wheelchair, all because we did pre-employment screening checks on someone who should never have had it. In addition, I think there are...
Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I would have thought this strays into what is not our purview. So
I don't have a point of order for that. I've got to have either that it's irrelevant. The speaker's
Relevance.
Relevance.
Established as relevant.
I would probably say that it's relevant. Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
I also have some significant question marks about the ethics and potential discrimination, or the possibility of discrimination that could occur when you identify that somebody does have a disability that they've decided not to declare for whatever reason, and that leads to a decision being made for or against their employment in a certain area. I don't believe that it's standard practice to do pre-employment screening of this manner on people that are not undertaking manual roles. I completely support it when it comes to outdoor workforce, commercial driving, heavy vehicle driving, all of those things which are standard practice in heavy industry. But I have a serious concern about it being applied to office workers. And in addition to that, the cost burden that the organisation is wearing for unnecessary checks. So I'm not going to change the recommendation, and I'm happy to support the new policy. However, I think that using this opportunity to identify potentially significant problems with our current practice is reasonable. So I'll leave it there and hopefully await a response from the CEO on what we'll do moving forward.
Clarify if there was a question in that do you want a response to?
Not immediately. You don't have to.
Who wants a question?
Okay, Alderman Bloomfield.
For about, my entire career I've worked in administration, and I have been involved with pre-employment checks for staff organisations that I've been responsible for. And we have made some quite extraordinary findings which didn't result in employees being not hired. We simply altered the way we chose to hire them. But it also implies from the argument to date that people in administration roles don't get injured. But we do. I can personally attest that if you work too many hours sitting on your backside, you will end up with very poor core strength and you can hurt your back. In fact, I find it very hard to find staff who, after 20 or 30 years working in a chair, don't end up with some form of poor back. And you do need to be aware of it. It is actually material to how you employ them. It doesn't mean you don't employ them, it means that you need to be aware of it. Workers' compensation actually, I would suggest, advocates more for this, because if there is an injury, we need to establish whether or not there was a baseline before they started, and did I add to that injury, or is it something that's brand new? And by having the workers examined, we create a baseline that says, yes, they did have a modest injury. Look, they're going to be able to do their job. But you know what? Here's where it starts. And in 5 or 6 years' time, when now they're incapacitated for whatever reason, We may or may not have contributed. This actually affects our insurance. This actually affects our risk. And to be honest, I actually haven't seen people not be employed unless there has been a substantial issue that has actually made them incapable of doing the role completely. But so to suggest that people don't get damaged in administration roles is unfair. We have RSI, we end up with tennis elbow, and we end up with really bad backs, and those things are crippling for a lot of people. So it's unfair to suggest they don't exist. They do, and we do need to monitor, and we do need to have a baseline established, which is why we do these pre-employment checks. Not everyone does them, but I tell you what, they make a heck of a difference when you're trying to look after people and do the right thing by them.
Further discussion? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, it's good to be in such esteemed medical company here tonight. We only had a lecture, not a lecture, we had an information session, shall I say, from the Commissioner for Equal Opportunity, and I think this would be an outrageous, if this was to happen, as Councillor Posselt suggests, an absolute breach of the Equal Opportunity Act, and would be an absolute laughing stock. I think our policies of recruitment are industry standard from what I understand, and as Councillor Bloomfield has just said there too, you know, it's outrageous to think that one lot of workers should be treated differently to the other. So I think this is outrageous waste of time to even discuss some of this stuff. Thank you.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. I just object to the way causing offence.
What was that?
I am being
misrepresented. I don't.
Offensive statement.
And anyway, he's
an offensive statement. Well, I'd like him to withdraw the comments regarding an esteemed medical colleague said not in good faith.
Yeah, I understand, Councillor Posselt, but I think it was just generally in the spirit of general debate. I don't think there was anything particularly misrepresenting or offensive. I know it was a different point of view, but I have to, the threshold for offensive, as advised by the Director of Local Government, has to be very high for me to call something out as offensive. I'm sorry.
Even if you're easily offended.
Okay, so I think if there's any further discussion on the policy, Councillor Dutta.
Lord Mayor, just listening to the debates, you know, I am just wondering if we may consider delaying this for next meeting, or is it imperative, or it is a must that we have to look at it today? It's just that number of points made, I would rather more thoroughly investigate and look into it critically, which does not allow us to take on board some of the points made at all.
It's always an option for you to move a deferral motion, but I guess the question is...
I just want to get some guidance from the
whether
officers.
we would actually... are you suggesting we might review it to take out physical checks or something? Was that the main...
In that way, you know, they can advise us accordingly. Some of the points made, they haven't given the right of reply, as it were, and I think I want to hear that.
Well, I can ask the CEO if you've got any advice on that Councillor Dutta doesn't feel he's got, or you could move a deferral motion. There's two options. Which
So I'll move this might have been deferred to the workshop.
You'd need a seconder for that. Councillor Posselt.
I could just offer one piece of advice. Wes, did you want to provide some?
Yes, just some advice on this. Look, I think there's a couple of points in this. One is I think there's a nuance here between the policy, which Council, as in capital C Council in the room, has purview over, and the procedure, which goes to how the CEO exercises their delegation around the appointment or otherwise of staff. I'd just add, this is my fourth council in Tasmania as an inside worker, and I've had to do these checks at all of them, and it is, in my view, standard practice across the sector. I'm not in the habit of providing legal advice on the fly, but I'm not overly concerned if council was to implement a practice of conducting those health checks for the inside workforce as part of the pre-employment screening for reasons that some elected members have just advanced.
Okay. You still want to put your... I've got a deferral motion.
A clarifying question as an example. Should an office worker be detected with trace marijuana in their system per the drug checks which has been listed, what's the council's policy position on that?
I'm able to answer that question right now. It would be taken per the circumstance at the time, depending on what the circumstances were. So I'm not able to offer an opinion on what would happen in that situation. If we were to defer the motion, we need advice or direction on what you're wanting to see that's different to what's being presented tonight. So what value would it add by deferring?
I don't think we need that for your motion, probably.
Well, it would be good to know what you want to change or we're seeking further advice on.
The council can make a decision to defer just because, and the councillors will make a decision whether they're happy to do that, and then they can provide advice to the CEO afterwards as to what you're hoping.
If I may
but I need to know that to vote on with respect.
What I was saying, for me, in my mind, there are two issues here. Issue number one is that the statements that were made from our esteemed councillor are matters of concern to me, but I haven't had the response from the council to rebut those things, and I need that information. Point number two, I thought it was our right and the power within the council to defer it, and hence the deferral motion.
Sure.
Thank you.
I think just being able to, it's more about you articulating it to your colleagues as to why you think a deferral is...
And I've done that.
Yeah, you have now.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so because it's a deferral, it's a procedural motion, I'll put that immediately. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Say no. Show of hands, all those in favour. And against? So that's carried, and so that'll come back to us with potentially some more discussions beforehand. Okay, item 23 is lease renewal, Battery Point Sea Scouts, Maryville, Esplanade, Sandy Bay, moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. So who would like to move this one? Oh, sorry, you've moved it. Anyone like to speak to it?
I'll just speak quickly to it. As a former Cub Scout who has used this facility many years ago, look, I just think this is something we should support. That building has been heavily used for decades by the Scouts and Cubs. It's not just the older boys and girls, it's the younger ones as well. And I think this is a fantastic lease for the council to be offering and continuing to offer to this group. Thank you.
Councillor Dutta?
One question, Lord Mayor, through you. 23 lease renewal, Battery Points, the registered valuer has valued this as 18,350, and we are charging, or recommendations, we charge $100 a month. And the next item, 24, lease renewal, the registered valuer has valued this for 4,000, and we're charging $100 as well. So I just want to know what's the rationale behind that decision.
So is this Director Reynolds or Mr. Noy?
Yeah, I mean, this is standard practice. These community facilities will have varying valuations. We nominate a minimal amount for any lease, and at this point in time, that's $100. So.
Okay, any further discussion? I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 24, lease renewal, John Turnbull Oval Kiosk. Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Any discussion? I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
And say no. Carried unanimously. Item 25, National Housing and Homelessness Action Plan, City of Hobart draft submission, moved by Councillor Dutta, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor, I think. Discussion on the submission? Discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I think this is really important that Council does put in a submission in relation to the National Housing and Homelessness Action Plan. It's obviously been, housing and homelessness is a huge issue. We've got a portfolio committee which Councillor Dutta chairs, and to have input into this and to bring up the key issues that have been brought up is I think reflects what this council wants to do for our community. And just to make these points, the key points outlined in the submission highlight the importance of collective action across all levels of government in delivering safe, inclusive and accessible social and affordable housing. Optimise strategic land use planning to shape key residential and commercial areas such as the Central Hobart Structure Plan, which we passed earlier this evening. Communicating human-centred narratives around to ensure that people realise the benefits of social housing in our communities, so that if we could get to the point where we increase the amount of social housing as a standard part of developments, then that would be good. And addressing affordability issues to ensure key workers who provide critical community services are able to afford to live in regional areas. A huge problem for health workers. I know full well that those health workers or any people who want to live close to the hospital just can't afford it necessarily. So it's just becoming much more of a burden, and we need to fix those problems for low income earners right through to middle income earners as well. And lastly, the housing and homelessness portfolio considered the issue papers at its August meeting and provided input to shape the city's submission. So it's really good to have that lived experience feeding into this submission.
Councillor Lohberger.
Look, I'd just like to rise to support the submission. I've had a good look at it. It's really comprehensive and I'm really pleased with it. I'm particularly happy there's the mention of a couple of really small issues for the wider community, but very big issues for homeless people, particularly around the treatment of released prisoners who get given 1 week's dole to survive for a week, and in the second week they get another week's dole, and in the third week they get nothing. It's a terrible situation. It used to be that those people got a 4-week payment on release, which was specifically designed to pay for a bond. And now that doesn't occur anymore. So I'm really glad that that's mentioned, that the issue facing prisoners is in this submission. I was pleased to see short stay accommodation in there, of course, and also the focus on social and affordable housing as part of the solution. I think it's a really good submission from the council. I'm really, really proud to support it, and I recommend it. Thank you.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to make one point, endorsing all the other points that has been made, that the housing and homelessness portfolio considered the issues paper, and in its August meeting, we provided some input in shaping this. So I commend this, and I thank the staff for putting this together, and also the federal government to bringing this initiative. Thank you.
Any further discussion? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 26 is portfolio work plans. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Any discussion on those? There being none, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 27, representation on some different bodies that we probably have been a bit slow to catch up with these, because I think we might even have former elected members as our representatives. So So we need some nominations if anyone's interested. Would anyone like to? Oh, sorry. We'll move it once I've got the nominations, I think. So would anyone like to nominate for the Maritime Museum of Tasmania Committee? Councillor Kelly. Any others? Councillor Kelly's. We'll list him as the representative. Any representatives to the Cycling South Inc. Committee? Councillor Posselt, and there can be 2. Anyone else?
Anyone else?
Can we just have one?
I want to change the bank details.
Yes, on.
I'll stick with it for another.
Oh, you're already on it,
I have been since I was born. Yeah.
Since bikes had one wheel.
Okay, and is that it? Heritage Special. Oh, yes. Who would like to be on the Heritage Accounts Special Committee? I think I would like to be because
I think we're already on it, aren't we?
I think we still have to renominate, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So how many do you need? How many do you need for that?
1 staff and 1 elect member, is it?
I might take advice from...
Thank you, Lord Mayor. To be honest, when I prepared the report, I had assumed that you would continue as an existing member of the committee.
Right.
So we're seeking 1 nomination?
It's just 1 nomination.
Yes, that's correct, along with appointing Ms McDonnell.
But Councillor, Deputy Lord Mayor's also on it, aren't you?
So we haven't. So Alderman Briscoe was on it. So we only need 1 more person for the Heritage Committee. But it's Ms McDonnell is going off it, and subbing in is Ms Wickham. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, which is noted in 4, but we need 1 nominee for the Heritage.
So there is a spare spot.
There is a spare spot.
Oh, well, I would like to.
Alderman.
I'll move all of those. I think that's pretty straightforward. Councillor Kelly, Councillor Posselt, Alderman Bloomfield, and Ms Wickham is the staff representative on Heritage.
I've just had advice that we need to reconfirm the
prior appointments that are carrying forward as part of the motion.
that would include Lord Mayor.
And to reconfirm that Lord Mayor and I are on the Heritage Subcommittee, and Councillor Harvey is still on Cycling South.
Has that all been reasonably well captured by somebody?
Sarah, have you got all?
Alderman Bloomfield. So
Alderman Bloomfield, yeah,
Lord
and
Mayor,
just
Deputy Lord
reconfirming that Deputy Lord Mayor and myself are re-nominating for it. Okay, so with that, with all those nominations, I'll put, and you can, that'll all be in the resolution, all those nominees. So I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. We are up to item 29, which is the item that has been moved from as it's been moved as was item 8 in the closed agenda. It is now item 29, and it's a motion from Deputy Lord Mayor.
yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. This motion is entitled Respectful Behaviour, and I'll move that in the first instance.
Second, Alderman Bloomfield.
Thank you. And before I start, obviously this was in closed, and just for the purpose of discussing this motion, it might just be wise, Lord Mayor, through you, to hear from the acting CEO just in relation to anything that we need to consider when we're talking about this.
Yeah.
Manager of Governance and Legal to remind us of our obligations.
Thank you. We don't need to relitigate why it was in closed versus open. I think the only matters we need to concern ourselves are that we took external advice that it was a valid notice of motion and we were obligated to place it on the agenda. We also took some advice on the content of the motion and also advice I've got to be mindful here, while the agenda item is now in open, the associated legal advice is not, around some emails sent across the elected members set late in the afternoon on the 21st. I will just round out before we go to debate that I respectfully remind members of their obligations under section 40 of the regulations to refrain from commentary or inferences or reflections on other elected members, and also that no parliamentary privilege applies in the chamber during the debate, and I might leave it at that.
Thank you. Thanks. I think that's certainly clear for me. Thank you, Acting CEO. So this motion has three parts, and it's quite straightforward, and obviously there's a rationale which I'll point to as well. But really, I think that we have an obligation to our community and to the general public, to each other, to staff, to treat each other or treat others in a respectful way. And I think that it's not a bad idea that we reaffirm our previous commitment to the principles of respectful behaviour, which is it's part of our obligations under Section 28T of the Local Government Act, and that's something that we committed to. The Model Code of Conduct was adopted by this council on February the 20th. We had a workshop recently on inclusion and gender diversity, and there were some posts after that from Councillor Elliott on social media, which possibly could constitute a breach of either the Code, Local Government Act, Anti-Discrimination Act. So I just would be concerned about that. And the last part is because of what is in parts 1 and 2, that the Lord Mayor write to the Director of Local Government and the Anti-Discrimination Commissioner to refer the matter for consideration against both the Code, Local Government and Anti-Discrimination Acts. So this is about upholding the best and the most responsible way we can. So I think this has given us a chance to reflect on how we conduct ourselves as a council, as individuals, what the expectation might be of the behaviour of elected members, and whether that is being eroded. So I'll leave it there and will reserve my right of reply, Lord Mayor.
Further discussion? Councillor Lohberger.
First of all, Chair, just through you, could I just clarify with Mr Young what his advice was regarding those emails, for the emails sent on Thursday last week? Understand it, I'm sorry.
I don't propose to give legal advice on the fly in open council, but there was an email sent across the elected member group at 4:17 on the afternoon of the 21st. There was another one sent at 4:18 on the afternoon of the 21st from the same email account across the elected member group. It will be in your email accounts. I don't propose to give commentary on it in open council for obvious reasons once you've read it. Suffice to say that we did take some advice on that point and are continuing to do so on the matters raised in the email. I'll leave it to elected members to rifle through their inboxes and find the relevant correspondence.
Thank you, Chair. Look, freedom of speech is a right that we hold in this country, but there are still limits on what we can say, like not shouting fire in a crowded theatre when there is no fire, or publicly claiming that a certain fast food giant's hamburgers are poisonous. You know, the right to free speech is actually limited in this country. It comes with responsibility, something especially so for community leaders. We have to take responsibility for the words we choose to use. I, of all people, should know this after going through a code of conduct process recently over my unwise use of words. But I will defend the right of the complainant against me in that matter. There is nothing wrong with ensuring that community leaders are responsible for the words they use in public, and I have accepted that my use of words was indeed unwise. So I do see nothing wrong with the outcome sought by this motion. If the words used by the councillor were not objectionable or in breach of any laws or codes of behaviour, then I'm sure Councillor Elliott can defend those words. But I must say I was very upset about the email I received at 4:18 last Thursday, and I therefore would like to move an amendment to this motion that reads as follows. Point 4, the email sent by Councillor Elliott to all other Hobart City councillors and the council CEO at 4:18 p.m. on Thursday the 21st of September be referred to the Director of Local Government with regards to section 339A of the Local Government Act, and that the same email also be referred to the Tasmanian Integrity Commission. I will just send that around now.
Is that going up?
I'm just sending it around now, Lord Mayor. Sorry. I would also actually ask, while I'm on my feet, whether or not the mover and the seconder of the motion would just prefer to accept that into the motion, or whether we should have a debate about that amendment. So it should be coming through shortly. I'll just give you all a couple of minutes.
As the mover of the motion, I would actually like advice on that, if I may.
Legal advice?
Or I guess it's more procedural advice, because again, it's probably just a referral for to another body for advice, is it?
I did take advice on the wording of the motion as it appears in the agenda, so it might be instructive to speak in general terms to that around if we're going to go down a path of amending the motion, if the chair's content with that. I understand what you're driving at, Councillor Loberg. I take a view that the motion as it's presently drafted actually already captures that correspondence as it's intrinsically related to the core function of the motion, if you so to speak. So look, I think if you want to move that emotion, from a legal perspective, I don't have an issue, but I think it's already captured to answer the Deputy Mayor's question.
So I'll get back to my feet. I guess it's up to Burnett.
I don't really want to accept it in.
Well, I'll move it as an amendment in that case. Yeah, I'll move it as an amendment to the motion.
Need a seconder for your amendment, Councillor Posselt. So until we've got it up in front of us, I think...
You sent it through, Councillor Loberg?
I'd propose that if there's any, we might come back to the amendment if there's any other discussion. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes, Alderman Bloomfield.
All of us have received this email. We're well aware of it. This is an open meeting, and with respect to those on watching us tonight, they will not be aware of the content of this email. They will not be aware of why we take this so seriously. And I would like to ask, the last sentence in that email is the part I had the most concern with. Are we able to realistically supply to this open room those words, please? Because I feel that it would effectively explain why we are taking this so seriously.
I'm in the hot seat, Chair.
Yes.
Advice would be you don't need to disclose that in order to either
get your advice.
I was, yes,
take the
to
motion.
that point I was quite deliberate in my language, in my opening remarks, on not articulating what was in that email correspondence. I don't think that's necessarily helpful. The motion as it presently sits, and the advice I took on that is it is in effect a three-pronged procedural motion, if you will, where we potentially refer a pair of matters to the appropriate external bodies for advice. That is why the language is consideration as opposed to it being something stronger like a censure type motion. I guess my last general point to the floor would be I don't think it would be well advised to go down the path of trying to turn this into something like a censure type motion. That is consistent with the advice the Director of Local Government has given me. I've spoken with his office at length, as you'd expect, over the last few days. I think hence why we were fairly comfortable with the motion as drafted.
I have one more question, and that is that last sentence in that email considered to be confidential?
It's not marked confidential, and it's now not subject to a closed council meeting.
Thank you.
So in that sense, what was that?
No, I was just saying I agree with the comments from the acting CEO. The email correspondence is not necessarily confidential, but some of the advice behind why we've taken a particular view of it is hence why it was proposed to be enclosed.
So in that sense, does that mean an elected member could either read it out or provide that if they wanted to? But it's...
I think, just point it through your chair, I think bearing in mind of the commentary from the Director and some external advice, I just would like to reiterate, I don't think it is helpful to get into a space of where we are imposing narrative or some subjective views on the motion. You need to deal with the motion as it's presently proposed. It's very deliberately worded. It's been through multiple sets of external advice. I think that's probably where I'd like to leave it.
Might I just, I just wanted to point out my question was not because I wanted to read it out today in tonight's meeting. It was simply as a generic question. So thank you for answering. Sorry.
Councillor Harvey.
I have a question regarding the confidentiality of emails between councillors. For example, an email that was sent by the Deputy was posted straight to social media. Do we need to put confidential on emails that we send to certain councillors or to each other so that they're not put straight onto social media, and then any response is then put on social media before it's even sent to the person who sent the original email? What's the view there?
I don't like to engage in generalisations, Councillor Harvey, but I will say this. If the elected members send emails across their email accounts that pertain, for example, to matters solely contained in closed meeting, well, that email correspondence would be held in the same way as agenda items relating to the closed meeting. If it's an email that's wide-ranging on various things, such as who's going to win on Saturday, and then discusses some council business, it is potentially still confidential in the effect that it's private correspondence, if you will, but it wouldn't be afforded the protections under the Local Government Act by 33A around confidential material pertaining to closed meetings. I guess what I'm trying to tell you is you should know it when you see it. If it's confidential, it's a fuzzy line, not a bright one.
Okay, we've got... Yes, Councillor Posselt. Sorry.
No, you're right. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just think, given I've seconded it, I should just speak briefly to why I think it should be included. I think that the content of that email is of such a serious nature that it needs to be investigated by the Director of Local Government specifically, even in the context of the motion as put. The amendment from Councillor Lohberger merely ensures that this specific piece of communication is assessed at face value as to whether or not it constitutes a very serious breach of the Act. And that's why I think that the amendment should be supported. It's not us being judge and jury, it's us referring a matter for consideration, but a very, very specific and serious matter.
Alderman Barakis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a couple of questions to start off with. Lord Mayor, through you, if a member of the council or a member of the public felt that a particular elected member had breached code of conduct, there wouldn't be a requirement that a motion in council be put for someone to be referred to a code of conduct panel, would there?
I can take that if you want. Provided the procedural elements of lodging a valid code of conduct complaint was satisfied, that's dealt with by the general manager under delegation. It doesn't require.
Yeah. Lord Mayor, look, I hesitate to say that this motion is analogous to turning the council into a star chamber, but we have...
Point of order. I find that incredibly offensive, Lord Mayor, and I'd ask that you ask Alderman Barakis to withdraw that.
Lord Mayor, it was a reflection on the motion. It wasn't a reflection on... Unlike this motion, it wasn't a reflection on an elected member.
Okay.
Star chamber? It's a little offensive.
It's... Yeah, I think it would be. It is emotive language.
Sure.
That is likely to be offensive to the mover, who I think is has based her motion on very sound advice, and it's not a sort of yeah.
Look, I'll take the comment as read and withdraw it, Lord Mayor. If that comment is offensive, then this entire motion is as well. We have procedures, and I'm not going to reflect on whether or not I think an elected member breached the code of conduct. We have procedures. If the Deputy Lord Mayor or anyone around this table or anyone watching through social media or through any other means thinks an elected member has breached the code of conduct, all they have to do, as has been noted, is put in a complaint and fulfil those requirements under a complaint. I think maybe half of the members elected in this chamber, myself, I know yourself, Lord Mayor, Alderman Zuka has, others have, had been through the code of conduct process from one side of it or the other. We have those mechanisms in legislation for a reason. Likewise, if somebody believes an elected member's conducted themselves in a way that's so serious that it needs to go directly to the Director of Local Government or to the Integrity Commission, that can happen directly. This motion is, aside from being offensive and a complete inappropriate reflection on an elected member, it's completely redundant to the processes that exist. I would go as far as to say, in my view, notwithstanding advice that's been given, that this motion would be in contravention of either section 16.6 or 16.9 of local government meeting regulations. But this motion is attempting to proclaim an elected member guilty by proclamation of the chamber in anticipation of a process which already exists. The council doesn't refer a member to the code of conduct, and an aggrieved person, any elected member who felt that behaviour was a breach of the code of conduct could have made that complaint. This could have already been underway as per the normal process. This is just attempting to single out an elected member by trial by mob and to...
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
That's
offensive.
It is totally offensive.
Again.
Yes, I agree that's offensive.
Sure, Lord Mayor, I'll withdraw. And once again, I'll reiterate, this entire motion, this entire debate is offensive. It's offensive to a particular elected member, and it's offensive to the processes under which we operate as elected members. It's completely and entirely inappropriate, and if somebody thinks that an elected member has behaved in a way that breaches the code of conduct or other laws or regulations, those mechanisms exist to address them directly. This is nothing more than complete, gratuitous, over-the-top attack on an elected member. It's exactly what it is, and it's nothing other than that. Once again, if people think that inappropriate behaviour has been put on display, whether through social media or through email exchanges, the response to that isn't more inappropriate behaviour. And this motion, Lord Mayor, quite frankly, is disgusting. I think it actually poorly reflects on this entire chamber, and I think it brings the council into disrepute.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a couple of questions, just following up on Alderman Barakis' debate. Sorry, stumbling over that. What is the financial fee for a code of conduct to be lodged for the applicant? So the person who's offended in the community, do they have to pay a fee?
I had to take that on notice at my last council. I believe it was around $83, but I have to take that on notice.
I think it's a state-based fee, so I think it remains about $83. In addition to that, are applicants, so a community member is offended by something and they have now paid $83 and gone through a process of collating paperwork and evidence, is that applicant afforded any form of support, financial or legal, from anybody in that process?
Yes, please.
There's a couple of points in that. So, in my experience, if in a hypothetical situation, if a member of the public walks in and seeks some guidance from staff onto how the procedural element of bringing a complaint, if you will, so that it can be validly considered by the CEO for referral, there's normally a degree of support provided. There's, in my experience, and nor should there be any kind of commentary offered on the merits or otherwise. Just like to bring you back to first principles in that the motion as proposed isn't to make a code of conduct complaint.
Thank you, I'm aware of that. Just highlighting that the code of conduct process, which Alderman Barakis is speaking to, is clunky, and for an applicant from the community could be costly because they have no legal representation. If they want to have the best chance of succeeding, then they have to hire their own lawyer at their own cost. It's not as straightforward as a procedure as people think.
Just a question, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Barakis.
If somebody is investigating the code of conduct, as a defendant or whatever the appropriate term would be, are they entitled to legal representation through a hearing? I know they are if there's if it's on the papers, but are they entitled to bring advice to them in a hearing?
I'd have to take that on notice. Most of the ones I've dealt with, and there's been a few, have all been done on the papers.
They're not allowed, there's no allowance for either side to have a legal representative in the hearing, so.
Lord Mayor, look, I will support the amendment, and we're only going to speak to that at the moment, so yes, happy to support the amendment if we could move it along.
Okay. Yep. If there's no further discussion on the amendment, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour. And against? Okay, is there any further discussion on the actual substantive motion?
Yes, Lord Mayor, I will support the substantive motion. I think the 3 points here are well made. I was a bit stunned when I did receive that email, the nature of which we haven't disclosed, but it was offensive and I was taken aback by such comments in that email. And I think it is worthy of a letter to Director of Local Government and the Anti-Discrimination Commissioner to have a look at it. We all received the same email. I think we all, collectively felt the same sort of angst about receiving such an email.
Okay. Deputy Lord Mayor, Alderman Bloomfield?
Just about this motion, I'm just rereading it again because the way I saw this motion, we actually weren't judging the values that anyone held. We all have differing values, and absolutely we should in this room. That is why we are all here, and that is why there are so many of us to make good decisions collectively. This was, in fact, to actually ask someone of more authority about issues that we felt we were unable to handle. This is what this was. This was not about making a judgment. This was saying, you know what, this is something that we need support and help, and we need someone else to come and help us understand this. Because if it's right, it's right, and if it's wrong, it's wrong. But sometimes we need to reach out and get more support. This is what this motion is about. There is no value judgment in this report whatsoever. There's none. And it is unfair to suggest that. If there was a value judgment put on this, that would therefore be offensive. But you cannot be offended when someone is simply saying, you know what, I don't get this, we need to get help understanding this. Allow us to get that support, legal understanding, so that all of us can work together and go forwards.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to make some introductory comments to begin with. You know, the rights of a councillor in this chamber, I will always stand to defend. I think all of us should do that. We cannot take that away. But I think the point has been made quite strongly. With the rights also comes the responsibility. And I think that is what the other side of the coin, we as elected members must always bear in mind. We have a privilege, we have a right, but that right cannot be abused. We must take on board the responsibility we have. The motion is not offensive, nor is it disgusting. It is not the motion that is offensive, but it is the behavior. It is that act that you're looking at. And therefore, this House is looking at that particular behavior that we find offensive. The process has been mentioned. We quite accept the fact that we have a mechanism in place, the Code of Conduct, but this chamber is also a mechanism. Let's not deny that. We bring so many motions in here. Elected members constantly bring motion. We do that because we have the mechanism given to us in this chamber to bring this along. Therefore, it is not trial by chamber. It is simply, in my view, looking at it collectively as elected members to make a stand. And this leads me to the point that this is not an attack on anyone, but we're simply looking at it and saying now, what is our collective responsibility as elected members? Therefore, when we look at the motion that was placed and accepted by the acting CEO and the acting Lord Mayor, there is a clear test under section 16(6) and 5. And the test has three elements. Was it defamatory? The answer was no. Was it containing offensive language? The answer was no. And was it unlawful? And the answer was no. Hence, under that act, that section, the motion was put. We then now look at the motion. The motion is very clear. There are three elements to it, and now we have got four. But the three elements states very clearly that the motion seeks a reaffirmation of our commitment to Section 28 of the Local Government Act and also our Code of Conduct. That's what it's asking for, a recommitment collectively. The second element is very clear as well. It simply says, let us note the comments made by a particular elected member, and when we note that, having considered point 1 and 2, number 3 is simply saying, let us now consider. We're not saying we're going to penalize, we're going to do nothing at all. All we're saying, all of us have a right. Here is the rationale, the arguments presented. Having considered that, we all have one vote. We will then vote to say, yes, I think it is time that we take this action. And that's all what I've been asked for. And under that, finally, under Section 28, in my view, if a particular action or behavior under Section 28, Part 3(1) says, if it is, must not be offensive or bring disrepute. When I look at that and our responsibilities, I am in support of this because it is not in any way we're acting as judges. We're simply saying we have a collective responsibility, and it is time that we came together and take a stand on this matter. Thank you.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, this is a difficult and sensitive matter, the conduct of any elected member. We, when we are fortunate enough and privileged enough to be elected into this council and into any level of leadership or government, have a higher standard applied, an expectation from the community that we behave in a certain manner that reflects the values of the people, the values of the organisation. And those values are not isolated to political beliefs. The values go to the way beliefs are conveyed. Now, nobody is saying that that elected members can't hold disparate views on various political elements of the day. Alderman Barakis, I'm sure, has many different views to myself. However, when Alderman Barakis and I have debate and engage on social media and other platforms, it tends to be highly respectful of the individual in the way in which it is conducted. You can have a difference of opinion, nobody's saying that. But the problem that we encounter is that the way in which this particular elected member is conducting herself is not respectful of individuals. And that's the problem. That's why item number 2 in the motion is so specific, because we were given training by a professional representing an organisation, and that was then slandered on social media. And that person was disrespected and disparaged in a public way. And if an elected member wishes to conduct themselves in that manner towards myself, I probably have a higher threshold for calling it out, because I took the decision to become a politician, which is what we are. Some will argue we're not, but I believe that we are politicians. And when you put yourself in the public light, as we all have, nobody is forcing our hand to be here, you expect a degree of criticism on your behaviour and on your beliefs. But when you're when you're representing a community organisation whose sole purpose is to protect vulnerable people, it's a different threshold. And so that's why I will support this motion brought by the Deputy Lord Mayor, because that threshold has been leapt over, and the concerns and the impact of the statements made were never considered. And it's time that the council came together to say we will not allow this to continue unchecked. We won't be determining what the check is and what the threshold is. Someone else can do that. But as a council, we're going to draw the line in the sand and say it's time that somebody took a serious look at this. And that's all this motion seeks to do. And for that reason, I will support it and look forward to seeing the results and the outcome from the Director of Local Government.
If there's no further discussion, I'll put the... Oh, did you want to sum up?
Yeah, I just want to sum up. Look, I think for the most part this has been a respectful discussion, notwithstanding some comments, unfortunately, but I think this was an important thing to bring to council, and I think as far as respectful behaviour is something that we should all be considering and undertaking in our day-to-day lives, let alone as councillors. I think the expectations of what's been discussed tonight is there are expectations of our community too. There is expectations of staff and of colleagues. And how do people think? Like, how do we can we put ourselves in somebody else's shoes to understand how they feel? I know I've been contacted by a number of people from the community. We know how hurtful some comments can be. So there is no denying that. So this is not about closing down anybody's perspective or points of view. Absolutely not. And there has been quite a lot of mischief in relation to this motion and comments already made. So everybody has their right to have a say, but I think we must be cognisant of how we say that respectfully.
Okay, I will put the motion as amended. All those in favour say aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Bissell, Councillor Loberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Harvey, Deputy Lord Mayor and the Lord Mayor.
And against? Okay, now that brings to a close the items on our open agenda. I'll just see if there's any questions without notice in the open. I think Deputy was, Alderman Bloomfield.
Yes. In light of the significant financial constraints this current council is enduring, I would appreciate an update on the legal costs associated with elected members as a generic total, not individual, generic total, since this council started in November last year, so when we were all first elected. I'm keenly aware that we all have used this, myself included, these vital services, but I think that we need to be held accountable for the cost, because I am concerned that it may be rather larger than we had all anticipated, and we need to be aware. We have a huge deficit for this council, and I would like to make sure that we start to be a little bit more accountable with behaviours that create a legal.
So I think is that question captured?
We'll take that on notice, yes. Thank you.
Any other questions? No questions? Okay, if we could have a motion to move into the closed from Alderman Baraka, seconded by Councillor Loberger. All those... sorry, you've got... I don't seem to have that in my agenda. So we need the responses to the questions without notice. Moved by Deputy, seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Carried unanimously. Then we had the question without notice from Alderman Bloomfield. Now we've got a motion to move into the closed from Alderman Baraka, seconded by Councillor Loberger, I think it might have been, to move into the closed. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.